To our council chambers, welcome to the people's business. The City of Lamarque City Council regular meeting of December 13th, 2021. Notice is hereby given. The City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas will conduct a regular meeting on December 13th, 2021, beginning at 6 p.m. The council chambers at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas, as well as via video conference hosted through Zoom in accordance with section 551.127B of the Texas Government Code. A quorum of the City of Lamarque Council and Mayor intend to be and will be physically present at 1109B Bayou Road, Lamarque, Texas. This location will be open to the public and the meeting will be broadcast at this location and via YouTube. The council will meet for the purpose of considering the following agenda. The meeting has been called to order. Kiera, would you give us a roll call, please?
Councilmember District A. Present. Councilmember District B.
Present.
Councilmember District C.
Present.
Councilmember District D.
Present, and I am in the conference room at City Hall.
And Mayor.
Present. Let's all stand for our invocation, and we would certainly ask Mayor Pro Tem Compion to give us or lead us in our pledge. Let's pray. Lord, we thank you certainly for your ever abiding presence in our lives. And we thank you, God, for this place we call home, the City of Lamarque, for every citizen, dear Lord, for every appointed official, for every elected official. God, we pray that all of us, Lord, will come together tonight to deliberate on those things that you would deem important for us. Certainly, Lord, let us do this in kindness, meekness, gentleness, and understanding, compassion for all. Lord, because that's who you are and that's what you represent. Lord, we place this meeting in your hands. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. We are now to item 4, presentations and proclamations. And certainly we have some exciting news because we are adding to our staff and we are moving forward with our organization. And so Chief Argon, would you like to introduce these 3 new hires that we have made here within the past month?
We have, Mayor, we have hired 3, but they're not here right at this point. But we have picked 3. I just want to mention that we have 1 more I'm interviewing tomorrow, and we will be fully staffed.
Oh, wow.
We will have entire staff for our sworn officers effective tomorrow.
Oh, you're talking about the police department?
Police department.
Yeah, you have 3 that you need to introduce tonight outside of the police department. That's good news though, Chief. Good news. I like it. Great.
So fully staffed police department.
Yes, ma'am, fully staffed police
Okay,
department.
I understand. Okay.
That's fine, Chief. That's fine.
We have our interim public works director, James Rick Seiler.
Yes, sir.
Recently promoted development services director, Kathleen Van Stavern.
All right, Kathleen. Congratulations.
Kathleen's been with us many years. Thank you, Kathleen. And last, a new hiree who is a chaplain, was a chaplain for the police department, is a chaplain for the police department. And one of our meetings, he turned around and said he's interested in the position, and certainly he got hired. And you got JB, goes by Joshua Pritchett, goes by JB, public relations specialist.
All right. Welcome, JB. And any and everybody that has a question for the City of Lamarque can now ask JB. Welcome, my friend. Welcome.
Officer Calvin Harp, he's not here
He's
right
not here
now.
with us.
Calvin is at home right now and had a situation, sick child. And I got a picture coming up here. Calvin's on the far right. 4 years in our department, used to be a salesperson. He is going to be our first new community policing officer in the Lake Road area starting in the latter part of January. And Calvin's already finished his training. I have a module of training that they do on their own computer. And he finished it. In fact, Calvin not only finished from the Virginia Center for Innovative Policing, he's supposed to just do one course on community policing. He did about 7. And so there he is right there on the far right. Calvin, we'll see you next month.
Very good. Way to go, Officer Hart. We're now to item E, a proclamation of Fair Housing Month. Certainly, this is instrumental in our grant application and the receipt of our grant application. We have to make sure that we're doing everything that the grant application and award requires. And this is a good thing to do as well anyway. And it is a proclamation for Fair Housing Month. Office of the Mayor for the City of Lamar proclamation, whereas the Title 8 of the Civil Rights Act of 1968 as amended prohibits discrimination in housing and declares it a national policy to provide within constitutional limits for fair housing in the United States. And whereas the principle of fair housing is not only a national law, a national policy, but a fundamental human concept entitled for all Americans. And whereas the National Fair Housing Law during the month of April provides an opportunity for all Americans to recognize that complete success in the goal of equal housing opportunity can only be accomplished with the help and cooperation of all Americans. Now be it resolved. The Lamar City Council urges everyone in the community to become aware of and to participate and support the fair housing rules and regulations. Now, therefore, we, the mayor and city council, by virtue of the authority vested in us by the city of Lamar, do hereby proclaim the month of April 2022 as Fair Housing Month in the city of Lamar, and do hereby urge all citizens of this locality to become aware and support the fair housing law. Testimony whereof witness my hand and the seal of the city of Lamar this 13th day of December 2021. Keith Bell, Mayor. Item 5, citizens participation. This participation will be limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments from the public will be heard at this time. Any person with city-related business who is signed up may speak to council on a specific agenda item, limited to 3 minutes. You should give the mayor your name, an item you wish to speak about. Compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. The council may not deliberate. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personnel attacks, thank you, Gus. The city may not deliberate on comments. Personal attacks will not be allowed, and personnel matters should be addressed to the city manager during normal business hours. If you are joining us by phone, you can press *6 to mute or unmute so that you may be heard. If you're participating by telephone, press the unmute button, *6. If you're participating by Zoom or smartphone or tablet or computer, there should be a microphone icon on the lower portion of your screen. You may press that icon to speak and to mute yourself. We have 4 persons wishing to speak here in person tonight. Kyle, do we have anybody online wishing to speak at this time? Very, very good. First person wishing to speak tonight is David Pennington. Mr. Pennington, you may approach.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here tonight to speak on items 9, H, I, and J, which is the forgiving of interest and admin fees on properties here in Lamar. I totally disagree with forgiving the interest and the admin fees. The liens against these properties were placed on there because of non-compliance. The owners of these properties did not abide by the city ordinances. They let the property grow up, they let it get in bad condition, bad shape, let the structures get dilapidated. And now we're going in and we're going to basically forgive them for all this. We're going to take away all their interest and take away all of their admin fees that have collected over the years. And I believe that doing this would be forgiving bad behavior, rewarding bad behavior. This is the taxpayers' money. Even though it hasn't all been collected yet, it's still the taxpayers' money. The admin fees would have covered the employees' pay and the filing fees that the city has already expended. And I think this is sending a wrong message to the community. If you let your property go down and have the city come in and mow it and tear down your buildings, that's okay, because if you wait long enough, they're gonna come in and do away with all your interest and your admin fees, and all you're gonna have to pay is just a little bit. For instance, 1101 Delmar, you're looking at relieving $81,199.58. Yeah, the admin fees on that are $200. The payoff balance that they're supposed to pay is $133,315.67. Now, it says in the agenda or in the worksheet that you're going to have 90 days to pay this off. Is there any guarantee that these people are going to pay this off? Because if not, we are relieving them of a lot of money that's owed the taxpayers, and they may not even pay it. The property at 2414 Stonewall, $28,167.84. The interest on that is $25,067.57. The admin fees are $3,100. The payoff balance is $2,308.60. That is 8% of the total money that's owed the city. That seems like a pretty good deal to me for somebody, but not for the taxpayers. 2509 Jackson, 33,000, about 2414 Stonewall. I might add that there are 32 liens against this property dating all the way back to 1986. 2509 Jackson, $33,251.84. The interest on that is $32,551.84. The admin fees are $700. The payoff balance is $1,929. That's 6% of what's owed the city. There are 7 liens against that property now. Now, for a total of $142,619.26. That's what's before this council tonight for you to approve or disapprove. I think this is money that's owed to taxpayers, and I think that they should recover some of this. I mean, just to completely dismiss this, I don't think is in the best interest of the city of Lamar. And I understand you're probably trying to do this so you can get this property back on the tax roll so people will develop it and all. But we don't need to do it at the taxpayers' expense. Now, I take care of my property in Lamar. I don't see anybody coming in and paying me. And that's exactly what you're doing if you approve this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Alexa Cross. Hello, Ms. Cross. Okay. Name and address, please, for the record.
My name is Alexa Cross, and I'm at 633 Sable Terrace Lane in Lamarck, Texas, in Delaney Cove. And I know there's an item on, and it's A, under new business tonight. And it's about the intersection of Delaney Cove and the entrance to our subdivision, Delaney Road. There were at least 2 accidents last week on the same morning. And this kind of, got these citizens of our fine community where I've lived for 14 years, very upset. We have had such a great increase in the amount of traffic on Delaney, especially now with Amazon active. My take on it is that off peak hours, it's not so bad. So if they did a study during those times, it would not reflect what happens during peak hours, early morning and at dusk, like tonight when I was coming here and people were driving without their lights, stupid people with their phones, whatever. But there does need to be some way of getting the traffic regulated so that the residents are not pulling out into traffic inadvertently into someone else's lane. So I would recommend for myself and possibly others in our subdivision, Mr. Carlson lives there as well, that the freeway light does allow gaps because it is a light. The Texas is a blinking light. So people stop and go, stop and go. So there's barely 3 or 4 car lengths between each car that's coming from that intersection. So if there was a stoplight where, both lights could stop, then it would at least allow larger gaps than the 3 or 4 car lengths that it takes to get across at a blinking red light. So that was my thought on it. Others in my subdivision think there needs to be a light there. That may be overkill. I don't know. Or if there is a blinking light to slow people down or caution them, or, some light showing that they need to take caution when they're approaching that intersection. The other thing that I would like to recommend, because we were told that the Amazon trucks exiting would not exit from that street between Abundant Life and Amazon. They are. I can't blame them for coming out there, because otherwise with the freeway exits closed, they'd have to go way down south and come north. But if they could exit from their driveways a half block down, then that would at least allow a gap if they weren't coming straight at our intersection. Those are my main things on that intersection, and having people hopefully look at it differently because of that. And I think the chief has tried to contact me. I was in London and couldn't return his call at a decent hour. So anyway, still jet lag. The other thing that we had basically talked about at one time was striping of the crosswalks at the 4-way stop next to our park. And I've not heard anything more about that. So at some point, I would like some response to just being able to put great big letters "stop" on all 4 sides of that intersection to hopefully keep people from running it. It's a daily occurrence.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cross. Chief, do you have Mrs. Cross information?
Yes, I do.
Would you please visit with her on some of the things that she was speaking about as relates to the crosswalk and things of that nature?
Will do.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Ms. Cross. Olin Norman. Hello, Mr. Norman.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council member. My name is Olin Norman, and I stay at 2921 Ashley Street. I'm representing myself and a few of my neighbors. We have a serious drainage issue in our neighborhood. I spoke with council about a year ago in a Zoom meeting, and I was referred to Mr. Jackson, who referred it to Mr. Chase, who was the public works director at the time. Mr. Chase has been providing vacuum trucks to come out and vacuum when we have serious rain issue. That has helped out quite a bit. We had a situation where this water is coming up in my yard. We had Mr. Chase had an engineer come out and take a look at the drainage. He said it's a design issue. And so he recommended he was going to go with council and see if they could get money to come back and redesign the area, the drainage area. And so with Mr. Chase gone and Mr. Jackson gone, I was hoping that I could get with someone to continue to work on the issue and help something be done with the item.
Okay.
So.
Were you done?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Norman, for your
Thank you.
comments. That gentleman in the back with the tie on, the neat looking tie, his name is Mr. Saylor.
Yes, sir.
He is our new interim public works director. If you would make yourself available to him, I'm sure that you all can walk down that road together and he can help you.
I appreciate it. Thank you for your time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Robert Mitchich. Good evening, Robert.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Robert Mitchitich, 24 North Curlew here in Lamarck. I want to speak to the accounting issues that y'all have adopted regarding the SB2 law. The SB2 law being the one that is the only state law that is providing us taxpayer relief right now. You guys have changed an accounting method where you were putting payroll into debt service under utility fund and putting it under debt service. That is rather an attorney that says it's legal. There's a big difference between legal and ethical. In all normal accounting terms, if you're doing something like that, you can change your accounting methods. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you're changing accounting methods to circumvent another law, that is illegal and it's unethical. And what does it say to our youth? It's okay to circumvent the law? What does it say to our criminal element? You have to abide by the law, but I don't. This is the law for tax relief, and the public sees it as just unethical. And no matter how you want to do it, to build up that debt service so that you can stay under that 3.5% cap on maintenance and operations, no, it's wrong. Totally wrong, and you guys need to reverse course. Thank you.
Point of information. Mr. Mistich, it pains me to say this because I like you. But the place that we put those 4 persons that are working, that will be working on our utilities, because drainage is a utility, the place that we put those 4 workers is the same place that the employees of our wastewater treatment plant have been forever while you were here on council. It's the same place that the utility 22, those workers that are working, it's in the same place. It's in the utility portion of our budget. They have been there the whole time. While you were on council, we were paying people out of that fund. Why? Because it's the utility fund. And when people work on our utilities, part of that, their payroll has to come out of the utilities, because people are paying water bills and they're paying for the water, but they're also paying for the staff that works on the water, the drainage, and every other utility we have, Robert. And it pains me to tell you, this has been here the whole time. You were here 6 years. And we've been doing this for 6 years. Even before then, Robert, you're wrong. You're wrong. You can follow up all day long, but you're wrong. You were here while we were doing this.
Mayor, you're talking about putting the city manager, the deputy city manager, and the executive assistants also in there.
That's not what
because
we-
they touch
Any
utilities, so they-
person that, because Robert, the city manager and the deputy, they manage those employees.
Mayor,
I'm not going to debate it with you, Robert. I'm sorry to have to tell you this. This is legal. It's been done before I got here. This is part of the law, and they have always been in there, Robert. Always. And I'm sad that you're taking things to try to twist words around, my friend. I'm sorry. Anyway, I'm glad that that point was brought out so that the public can know when you're saying that we're illegal, you're wrong, Robert. We have been doing this for years, Robert. It's part of state law. You can shake your head all you want to, Joseph, but it's part of the law. It is part of the law. It is part of the law. I'm going to maintain order. Do you want to speak? You can come and speak. I'll give you a chance to speak every time we're here. If you want to speak, you can speak. At the end of the day, if you all believe what you want to believe, that's fine. But we got state law on our side and we're going to be fine. Anyway, moving along. I'm sorry to have to tell you that, Robert. Now, we are at reports. If no one else wants to speak, going once, going twice, 3 times. Wet reports. Report 6A, discussion relating to Texas New Mexico Power providing updates on street lighting. Is there members from Texas New Mexico Power present?
Mayor,
Approach.
may I say something on this issue coming up?
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I asked Mr. Vincent Herrera, who is an engineer with TNMP, to come here and
Yes.
give us an update on the lights that have been replaced over the last couple of years. And he has done the research. I think it's important that we bring this out.
Okay. Vincent Herrera, Director of Engineering, Texas, New Mexico Power.
Welcome, Mr. Vincent.
Thank you very much. At Chief Argonne's request, we put some numbers together basically to see how many streetlight outs, we're talking about streetlight repair. And that's what he wanted me to address basically initially. So Year to date, we've had about 176 streetlight outage tickets come through that were reported. In the last 2 months, we've exceeded probably over 126 were reported in the last 2 months. So the numbers have increased for October, November, December. So we've seen quite a few increases. Out of those 176 streetlight that's been out, we've repaired 150 of them have been
Wow.
repaired. Okay, so it's 138 were repaired, 10 were replaced. And then 2 of them happened to be, they were center point streetlights, not even ours. So we did go out and investigate. So that's where we are right now, as far as that's concerned. Any questions or anything else as far as, we talked about LED stuff?
On the center point lights, when you encounter those, are you reporting those to center point?
We do not.
No. Well, let's see if we can do a little better job there and go ahead and get the street pole number. Because center point, you and I had that discussion.
Right.
They would operate off of numbers. And at the very least, let's go ahead and get the street pole number so that we can communicate that to center point.
I think, Councilman Comey, I don't think that was in your system about numbering the streetlights.
No, the streetlights are not, but he's talking about the center points.
I'm talking
Center
about
points have a
center
number.
points.
They have numbers, yes.
Yeah, center
They
point
have,
has a
they
number.
have numbers. And you said that the some that were reported.
We're center point lights, two.
Two.
We're center point lights. And they were just happened to be in their side of the highway.
Let me jump in really quick. I'm sorry, Kim. So how many streetlights are left to be repaired or replaced
We have 25 outstanding tickets at this time
in the entire city of Lamar?
in the entire state of Lamar.
Okay.
Yes. Now, that's changes every day. The numbers are pretty, we had one day that somebody reported 20. It might have been,
How many do you have in the entire city of Lamar total?
it's a little less than 600, I want to say 597. I think.
So you have
is that.
600 lights
600
and
lights.
only 25 are still under ticket.
Still reported as not working.
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Kim.
Okay, that was part of my question.
Okay.
About the, how many lights. I know Purtle was the street I wanted you guys to look at. I know we want to add some more lights to that area to light it up. And I don't know if that's been reported or not, but I know we may need actually more lights.
We've
in that
reviewed the section you were talking about along Lake and
Right.
everything else. Okay, I have a plan. I have not shared that with. you.
Okay.
So I've gone through, reviewed it, made some recommendations for additional lighting, confirm, what's out there, what is not.
Okay.
And so we just need to get some time together to look to see
Okay.
what the city wants to do.
So we're still working on
Still working.
those
on
are
it.
areas.
Yes, sir.
Mayor, may I say something, sir?
Sure, go ahead.
Been working with Vincent and Den, he's here somewhere, Den Ho.
That's why I'm-
We're working on a master, I guess it's all 3 of us. We're working on a phased-in system of how to do exactly what you want, Councilman Yancey and Councilman Compion. This is a expensive process, but we need to do it methodically where we can afford it. My goal, their goal is to see us be LED completely in the next few years, but we got to fund it. And we're working on it. Den, may Den say something after Mr. Herrera finishes?
Sure.
Mayor?
Yeah, we'll call them up after.
Could you get me that report you just gave us, all those numbers?
I'll be glad.
Just
to share
email
with
it to
you.
me, Vincent.
Yeah,
I'd
I'll
like to
email
see
you
it.
that.
Okay, I just wanted to show our city and the mayor and the council that something's being done. We're fixing lights. We're doing all we can. And something's happening.
Okay, so obviously we're getting, the city's reporting more lights out, which is what needs to happen. And as soon as we get them, we'll work them as soon as we can. Typically, we try to get out there within 10 days and change the bulb, whatever. If it's something a little bit more major, it may take us a little bit longer to do that.
We took an action this morning, Mayor, pretty drastic, good action. I know in the hearts of Councilman Yancey, a few other, this request tracker. It kind of like Kyle was there. I placed Benicia in the rear in charge of Benicia. We have a person in charge. A person is responsible, and a secondary person is Amanda. It's a backup when she's not around. So if something's going awry, they're going to tell me, and I'm going to keep it at the city manager level. If someone's not responding, I want to know about it. We're going to take action. Right now, until now, it's been like, a system, and no one's watching over it really. So it's under control right now.
Okay,
We had a
so
meeting at
great.
8:15 this morning. Just want you to know that.
Hey, Chief, can you explain to the citizens if they encounter a streetlight that's out, what the
Right.
policy, what the procedure is?
Yes, sir. We talked about it today. Kathleen was there, myself, city manager, city attorney, a few others, Kyle. Okay, request tracker, when you go on system, on the city website, it asks for concerns or reports. You click on that. It opens up and it has sections, public works, fire, police. And one of them for public works states light outage. You click on that, it asks for everything but your blood type. You put it in there, the streets, et cetera. We were thinking about how to do this best because Vincent gave me the 888 number that a person actually talks to you, or you can email it. I called it on Sunday and they said call Monday. I just wanted to test the system. What we're going to do is if the light's out, go to that thing, you could press the button, click it, and indicate where it's at. And it's going to end up with Venetia. She's going to call TNMP personally, and they're going to give her a work order number, and she's going to follow up on it, make sure it's done. That's it.
So if a citizen finds a streetlight out, they're supposed to call or put in request tracker, correct?
Request tracker. Now, they can call TNMP, but it's up to them, but we suggest they use our system so she can follow up on it.
Okay, because I had a citizen last week complain about calling for months and they couldn't get through. So I told them, put it on request
Right.
tracker.
Right.
So I want to make sure that the citizens know they can do
Right.
it that way and it will be taken care of.
That's the best way. And we're going to get back in 90 days and make sure it's working the way it should. But there is a follow through and there is a person in charge.
Thank you, Chief.
Effective this morning. Vincent,
To be clear, Mr. Herrera and Randall, not all of our streetlights are Texas, New Mexico.
correct.
That is correct.
Okay, so.
There
I
are
want our
some
residents to know
Parts
that.
of Lamarque, west of I-45.
On the west side
Yes.
that
Right.
are
Center
the
point.
center point.
That's correct.
And to expedite the repair of any streetlights on that side, there's a pole number that appears on that pole. So just find out what that number is. And when you're using request tracker, just indicate that number.
Right.
So that then that call can go to center point.
And Venetia would call center point in that case. But our main issues are on the east side, unfortunately. Really. Mayor, if you want to talk, then up here.
Yeah, Casey, are you with us? Casey?
Yes, I am. Sorry.
Hey, do you have any questions for Vincent?
I don't have question. Well, no, that's not true. I think, well, perhaps I don't have a question for you, Vincent. Sorry for the paralysis there. I'm interested in hearing more about this plan that we've talked about a long time, Chief Aragon, about making a sustainable plan for implementing LEDs across the city where there's great need, right? So that we don't end up with patchwork here, patchwork there. So I'm very interested in following that up and hearing that. And I look forward to Vincent being a part of that too.
Thank you.
Well, we're not done with you,
Oh,
Vincent.
okay.
Wait, Vincent.
Sure.
Does anybody else have any questions for Vincent? I have one. Do you all put safety lighting or street lighting on private property or on private streets?
Since deregulation, we're not allowed to put lighting in private areas, say person's residence, private roadway. We typically do not put it in private roadway unless the city is going to pay for it. The PUC allows us to put roadway lighting in public roads. So typically the private roads, we do not put lighting.
But if we had private roads, and we do,
You do.
we have private roads in one of our subdivisions,
Yes.
they're needing safety lighting.
Yes.
And this council is going to deliberate on providing them safety lighting. If the city or another source would pay for those lights to be installed, you all would be able to put them in?
No, we cannot. We cannot. The entity would have to put them in themselves. They would put it in, own it, maintain it. We would provide a meter. And that's what would happen. Now, I think Omega Bay, there's some lighting along Omega.
We're talking about Omega Bay.
Yeah. So there's some lighting along those roadways, but those are security lighting that was put in pre-deregulation.
So how do we, staying within the agenda topic, how then do we add lighting, safety lighting to those residents? Is there a company that would be able to do it outside of you?
Yes,
Okay.
yeah, you could, private contractor type thing.
Okay.
Could do that, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for me?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bishop.
All right.
We get Jen up here, Mayor.
Hmm?
Jen up here for a minute.
Mr. Ho, would you please approach?
It continues on what Vincent's saying there.
Chief Aragon has asked me to kind of give you an update of where we are with the street light. We met about a month ago to talk about the overall planning and coordination with Texas, New Mexico Power. Part of the concern is there are areas where you have, well, majority of the city on the east side has high pressure sodium. And one of the things that we need to initiate is the conversion from any repairs that's being done to go from high pressure sodium to LED. If the cost of, if it's a full replacement, then it costs the city $104 for the cost of the changeover. The other cost associated is the actual franchise cost. It increases the cost of the utility bill about $10 a pole per month. So your costs, your general cost is about $7 for a high pressure sodium light on top of a wooden pole. If you switch it over to a LED, that cost increases to about $17 or so. So there's not just the cost of changing light, but there's also a monthly charge for each pole. It's because the cost of maintaining and operating the LED lighting costs a little bit more. So, and that's regulated by the PUC through rate order. And there is a schedule that they provided the city on what that cost conversion is. Just really depends on the type of lighting and the wattage. So, and we can provide that. I think Chief Aragon has a copy of that. He could provide it to you. As far as overall planning, well, we sent the chief and I, we have an overall plan of where the first phase would be, which is all the major collector, transitioning those to LEDs. The collector roads, the major thoroughfares, Lake Road, Bayou, Cedar, and then the roads along 1765, all the FM roads as well. Those are the priority because those are your entryways. Second phase would be looking at adding priority areas. That's Ms. Yancey wanted to prioritize, or any of the council member want to prioritize. And then from there, it's just basically you prioritize, you assess what the needs are, and then you prioritize. And from Chief, as we've discussed this, the preliminary estimate to basically upgrade the LED lights and install new lights is approximately $500,000. That's over on the east side for the most part. And it's just a matter of budgeting on how we can phase that in. If there's budget to do it, all for this year or next year. So it just really depends on the city's request. Just keep in mind, there's a cost associated, not just the cost of the installation, but there's additional costs for monthly charge as well. So yeah, $10 a light and you have 600 lights, that adds up pretty quickly.
Explain to me why there's an additional charge for maintenance of an LED light. I don't understand.
So
that.
there's a charge, and Vincent, you can explain this a little bit, Mr. Rivers, explain this better. The cost associated with
the LED, I mean, it's the cost of the fixture itself is they're more expensive, and that's why the monthly charge is just more expensive. That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's just the initial cost.
You'll see some savings in the usage, your usage, because it's higher efficiency. So your energy use is going to be more efficient, but your cost, because the LED fixture is, yeah.
It's based on the average cost.
Right, but why would we be paying $10 per month?
Extra.
extra. That doesn't make
That's the
sense. It's an
franchise
LED,
cost for that's
it's an LED
adopted by-
light. So basically anything that we're saving is eaten up because we're paying $10 extra.
So and
That
correct me if
doesn't
I'm
make
wrong.
sense to me.
If
That doesn't
they're-
pass common
The
sense.
cost of a LED fixture is a lot more, right? It's not just
Okay.
replacing the fixture, it costs a lot more. Over time, once you install it, they'll be responsible for maintaining and operating. So if it goes out, it's their cost. to
Okay, but we're
maintain it.
paying $10 a month more.
That's correct.
So our savings and energy
It's pretty
negates
much-
that.
Yeah.
That is correct.
That doesn't make sense. That doesn't pass common sense. I don't get it. Because why are we spending more money for, yes, brighter lights, LEDs, but we're not saving anything? I don't get it. I mean, LEDs are the wave of the future.
So-
So we're spending more money. To me, that doesn't make
It's
sense.
the cost of the equipment and it's prorated over time as far as operation repairs. That's what that was negotiated through the PUC. I think every city was negotiated and they adopted the same costs associated with that.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not just particular to Lamarque. It's
Well,
statewide.
I understand that,
Yeah.
but to me, it just doesn't pass common sense test.
To them, it's just
So-
costs them more, the fixture costs more, not necessarily to, there is a higher efficiency, but the cost of fixture, over time, that cost is gonna go down, just like anything else. When LED came out, it's probably 4 times as much it is right now. Over time, that cost would go down.
So Denho, I know that with the Houston Galveston Area Council,
Yes, ma'am.
there are grants available. There are some co-op opportunities
Yes, ma'am.
that we could utilize to pay some of that off. And if we are declared a green city, then we could get some funds as well through the new infrastructure bill that's coming as well. So could you look into that, Chief, the opportunities for grants? I know that GrantWorks is here, but there's got to be a way.
Right.
I'm real concerned because it's my district that has the most crime.
That's
And it's
part of
my
it.
district that is the most, that is the darkest. And so if we are to be one of the safest cities in the state of Texas, and we've got to partner with some grants, I know there should be some money as well for police, policing as well. So let's try to see what we can do to partner to find some resources to pay that $500,000.
That's part of what Dan and I are gonna work on with Grant Works and HGAC and all that. That's the money from somewhere else if we can do
And I
it.
know they're coming to do a presentation to us too, so we can
Right.
learn more about what we can do to help that. Excuses are monuments of nothingness. These no longer, we cannot make excuses any longer. We've got to find the answer.
Casey,
I think the last thing I'll say is just that as we're moving forward with this and we start pricing out, what it's going to look like to phase in LED lighting or, anyway, lightening up the darkest areas. I do want us to keep in mind things like the Dark Skies Initiative, which a lot of cities have adopted across America, which is just the idea of reducing light pollution while still lighting up our city more. I will confess, I don't know a ton about it. I haven't done a lot of research, but I do know that there are lots of cities that, I should say, I do believe there are cities that have partnered with their lights utilities in order to make their city like a certified dark sky city, and to come up with plans for things such as like the physical infrastructure for the lighting is done in a way so that there's less light pollution that goes up. It's concentrated more on the surface streets. That's something I'd like us to consider because of where we are, especially as a community that is in the path of huge migratory bird patterns. I mean, we all know when there's those, announcements from different conservation networks in the couple, during the spring and in the fall, there's massive migrations of millions of birds. And I think it's part of our job as stewards of the city to also consider how that affects the well-being of our city. Din, do you know anything about Dark Skies Initiative stuff?
Yes, ma'am. To implement in this city, it would go contrary to what the SAFE initiative. Usually with
Mhm.
dark sky, there's a low level lighting and it's a downward lighting. It's strategically located mostly at intersection or where there is a turning movement
Mhm.
associated. Some of the issues we have or that we've heard from the councilman was the mid-block kind of darkness that goes contrary to what a dark sky city is.
Mm.
This-
Well, I'd
we
be curious to, oh, I'm sorry.
I've worked in another city that has adopted the dark sky,
Uh-huh.
and it's significantly different from what you see on, let's say, on the west side with the new subdivision you see on the west side.
Mhm.
The spacing of the light is very
Right.
is very limited.
Okay. Well, we've heard repeatedly from a lot of citizens that what they want is lighting. There's a number of streets in my district that want lighting as well. So, my desire for us to consider light pollution, I don't see it as contrary, but I do see it as something that, we don't have to go for a dark sky recognition, right? I just want to keep those principles in mind because I don't think we have to treat every single light the same. I think there would probably be room for a compromise there to keep in mind. I mean, light pollution is a real thing. I would like for some areas of Lamarque where we're contributing to still being able to see the stars at night. We've already lost a lot of it being where we are, but I think, your guidance there would be great, Dan, I think as we move forward, but I hear what you're saying. Like if we want to move forward with lots more lighting, it's not going to also be at the same time we're going for dark skies, listing. But I just want to keep those principles in mind and see where they can dovetail.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Ho. Item 6B, discussion relating to Texas Department of Transportation providing updates on the I-45 expansion project. Is TxDOT here? Welcome. Would you give us your name, sir?
Joel Clark.
Joe Clark?
Joel Clark with TxDOT, yes.
Yes, sir. Welcome. You have any updates for us, or would you like us just to pepper you with questions?
Hey, whichever. I've got something to talk about. I've got some pretty good information.
You start.
That y'all would like to hear.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
At the end, I'm sure we've got plenty of questions, so I'll talk longer so you can ask less. We brought a PowerPoint if you'd like to. Put
Yes,
that
sir.
up.
Whatever you have for us.
And it's just something that I'm gonna speak with, and it enables y'all to follow along as I go through. Okay. This is a great opportunity because we haven't got to speak to Lamarque directly like this. At this
Mr.
event.
Clark.
We got to speak to Mayor Pro Tem campaign and champion a little bit.
Compion.
A little bit before meeting this. So, and it was nice meeting you, Mayor Bill. So,
Yes, sir.
so we don't get to talk this much, but so what I'm going to start with is kind of an overview of the project and what we've been working on. And then we'll go into the rest of the details of the project. But TxDOT, we like to start about talking about safety. So I'd like to let you know that seat belts are the recent thing. Your seat belt's designed to keep you from being thrown into the dashboard or windshield or even onto the road. Wearing a seatbelt reduces the risk of dying by 45% for people in the front seat or passengers. And today, almost 91% of Texans use their seat belts, which is a great thing. So we just need to do a little bit more work. I got some recent information about the fatalities, which is not a positive topic, but it's eye-opening. In the streak of the fatalities on Texas roads, let's exercise the following examples we can make for the road safer for everybody, like follow the speed limits, wear your seatbelt, no phones while driving, and definitely no driving under the influence. So if you notice on this slide here, from the bottom of 2017 all the way up to 21, fatality rates have actually increased by about 1.5%. So that's what we're here to do, to try to fix as much as we can. So leading into that, I'll go over the construction status. Is this what we refer to as CSJ 0500 04105? And it's the complete reconstruction of I-45 all the way from FM 7864 all the way to FM 519. Oh, thank you. Somebody's changing the slides for me. Yes, it's $166 million, and the project began in August of 2019. So the biggest takeaway from the project is adding a 4th lane to the main lanes, where we only have 3 currently north and southbound. We're adding an extra lane. And we're widening some pavement all the way out to the frontage roads, but you're still going to get the 2-lane frontage roads, but with auxiliary lanes. And the purpose of that is to have that weaving distance happen down on the frontage roads versus up on the main lanes. So the double intent of that is to actually give more added capacity down on the frontage roads. So cars will exit right after the previous intersection down on the frontage road and queue up down the frontage road and make their decision, have that time to make their decision to pick which lane they want to turn, go straight, go left. Instead of versus the previous way, you exit, jump off and jump, several 3 lanes over to make a turn or something like that. So I've always been a huge proponent of that. The anticipated completion date, however, is not until summer of 2025. A lot of the greatest things that are happening on the project are similar to the existing construction on 1765 and Delaney Road in Boucher, but will be converted to intersections with I-45 going over them versus the side street going over the top of them. And that's been proposed for assisting with our large freight traffic, and then the traffic actually being on the paved I-45 main lanes to take the additional loaded traffic. So that will improve the freight network. And then, of course, brand new drainage, improved capacity, which we want to get the water to our system and out of our system to get it faster to the bay to drain the adjacent neighborhoods. That comes with a lot of box culverts. Some of the biggest are the 10x8 box culverts across the freeway, and then the trunk line culverts is small down to 36-inch. Of course, with the Marque, you're going to get a 5-foot sidewalk on both sides, hopefully further a little bit away from the travel lanes, and a water line relocation. So we'll talk about that a little more. All new high mast lighting, those large lamps that reach up to the sky and they distribute out light focused down onto the travel lane. So with the night plan, that probably shouldn't affect that. And they will have LEDs on most of these, but they are high intensity lights because they're one place and they're not spaced until far away. So they'll reach a lot further distance, but the heads are actually able to aim and redirection to where we want it. Sanitary relocation, yeah, we're doing replacing some of the sanitary relocations on crossing under DeRoe, at Newman, at McKinney, and then the Delaney at the Southwest Loop and 1765 west of 45. The current construction, what we're doing right now, we're in phase 1 essentially, is we're reconstructing the northbound main lanes, including the pavement, the drainage, and all the new bridges. For the future, and also concurrently working on the water lines. The next step will be reconstructing the southbound main lanes. And that should begin around 2023. So for the water line improvements. So the water line improvement locations, a lot of the crossings happen at just north of 1765. That's a 12-inch line under the freeway. 1765 west of 45, there's a 12 and an 8-inch line that crosses under the street. At Newman, there's an 8-inch line that crosses under, and at Cedar, there's a 12-inch line that crosses under. From DeRoe to Boucher, there's a long 12-inch line that crosses under the freeway. and connects to a 12 or 10-inch proposed line running parallel to the frontage road. I-45 at Magnolia, there's a 6-inch line that runs under the freeway. And from 45 from Texas to 1764, along the southbound frontage, you get a whole new 12-inch line running parallel to the frontage road, all the way up to 1765. Cedar Road, east of 45, there's a 12-inch line adjacent to the street and continues parallel to the frontage road. And I-45 from Boucher to westward on the southbound frontage road, there's a 10-inch line running from up from westward. And then also the last one, the Delaney, west of I-45, there's a new 12-inch line going under the street. So that's quite a bit of new water line all the way for the 3 miles of the project. The infrastructure and equipment that goes with those are all the valves. So how does that help with the city of Lamarque in the future? Those relocations will include material upgrades like PVC instead of the asbestos coated lines that are under the pavement now or under the ground right now. The PVC and the new valves, and you'll get the new tracer wire for future locating of your lines when you're trying to make repairs within our right of way. New valves that we've added at the end of all the lines, and additional valves were added at some locations to assist during construction. Some can be used for future waterline maintenance by the city. So all these features are being constructed for Lamarque, but for y'all's use. The waterline completion is around 75%, and the sanitary is just about 50%. So the estimated completion time just for the waterline is around spring of next year. So what's been happening when we have these breaks on these water lines recently? Let me summarize the damages that have been happening, about 12 to 15 instances within the past 18 months. Sometimes they happen with, we expose some of the aged, almost fragile lines because there may be, I'm trying to think of the word, just brittle. And so we work near the line or something and they crack, or we work actually on the line and those crack somewhere else down the line. We have to repair those. We work close to the active, for the active construction, which is an indirect fault. Somewhere we'll be working 5 or 10 feet away in the line because of the earth movement, the line breaks somewhere else. Or direct hits by the contractor, which we repair pretty quickly. And then, of course, sometimes our utility companies that are helping us move their utilities out of the way, they hit the water line also. And those guys are responsible for the utility repairs, but we'll still jump in and provide assistance, just like y'all have been with your inspectors and your engineers have been coming in to help us locate valves and help us repair the lines as fast as possible. The communication we do have, we try to meet, we do meet about once every 2 weeks to go over any future or current issues like if we've been having, to talk about the work coming up. And we include city representatives from ADCO, and I believe we've been working directly with back there. And we try to resolve those issues pretty quickly because we hate seeing your city down for a little bit with water pressure. We know that's frustrating. When the water line does have a break, we try to work with the inspection staff and they reach out to your Lamarque representatives, and they come out and try to find the damage with us. If it's underground, it's buried, it's not been exposed, they'll help us find it with valves and assist with turning off valves. For emergency cases or when the valves aren't able to be found, City of Lamarque will also assist us with the fix. Now, at first there was a lot of these happening and we weren't aware, and it was a pain. We were hearing that y'all were down for so long. And we didn't realize the impacts till it kept happening one over and over again. So we started getting involved. And basically our district engineer told us that, hey, you break it, you fix it. So we've been given the authority because I know you're low on staff or you're low on funding, and we're here to complete the project as fast as we can. So if it's something of anything of our doing or anything like that, we expend the cost to have it fixed. But for the remainder outside this project, we've got another project coming, or that it's ongoing, which is up to the Texas City Y. That's from 519 to the end of this project down to the Texas City Y and including that whole Y interchange. That limit is about 6.5 miles, and the scope is similar, about freeway widening, 2-lane frontage roads, new intersections at Lake Road and 519 under the freeway, and at Highway 6 and 146, the interchange. That includes more freeway maneuvers under the freeway, drainage improvements, water line installations, including with Galveston County Water Authority and City of Marque, and illumination, of course. The anticipated completion date of that project is summer of 2026. And then the last project is down closer beyond the Y all the way to the Galveston County, and it goes south of the Texas City Y to all the way to the Causeway for about 1.5 miles. And the scope of that project is similar, is freeway widening, 2-lane frontage roads, Tiki Drive, the whole interchange there, and to go into the freeway, to switch that over to go into the freeway, the drainage, a giant 36-inch Galveston County water line, and more lighting. And the anticipated completion date of that is winter 25. So did I talk slow enough or fast enough?
Ms. Clark, I don't know. Are you ready for our questions?
Sure.
Okay. Does council have any questions for Mr. Clark? You want to start, Joe? Okay.
Very quickly, the widening that's going to occur outside of the levee and the reconstruction of the freeway outside of the levee from, let's say, the levee or 519 toward the Texas DY, will that result in an increase in the height of the freeway?
Regarding the freeway, the road profile will probably, it could change up or down, but the height of the levee won't change. We're working.
Yeah, yes, I understand that. I'm just.
Oh, so,
So beyond the levee, will the freeway height increase? If you know.
I don't know off the top of my head, but
Okay.
I can find out as soon as I get back to the office.
Okay. I'm just wondering because of future natural events.
Yeah, that makes sense. You want to be over the levee.
Yeah.
So you can get out of
So I don't want anything that interfere with water possibly getting over the levee.
Valid question.
Number two, I know that you have you're located in Lamarque. Tech stock offices are in Lamarque. So we love that. You're part of our community.
That's right.
How
Y'all help us
much
with our
staff
water.
is located in Lamarque?
About 60 people there.
And you're expanding that facility right now as well.
We're building a new location for our office. That's right on our property. Yeah.
Will that result in additional employment opportunities for TxDOT in Lamarque?
At our
Employment
facility.
there at your expanded facility?
Yes.
It will.
At
you
our
said.
facilities.
Yes, okay.
What was your question?
My
is that-
question was, will that result, the expansion that you're just talking about, will
Oh,
that result in additional employment opportunities? Are you expanding staff as well?
Oh, yes, that's an active project. We were expected to complete that project in March of this year,
Okay.
this coming year, but that's looking because of material and everything else that might be pushed out to later in the year. So definitely that contract, I could see be looking for some extra help
Okay,
to get
very,
that being done.
very good. And all of the components associated with the $166 million price tag, all wages associated with the program are Bacon Davis wages, which is to say they are living wages. We're not talking about a minimum wage being paid to individuals that are employed.
Yeah, we make sure that each individual on the project that's working actively on the project, we receive certified payroll and check to make sure that their payroll meets or above that specific pay rate.
And you're actively recruiting small businesses in the area as well to be possible vendors for TxDOT as this project continues.
That's right. We have a federal about 12 to 14% requirement that we must show approved that we use to the FHWA by disadvantaged business programs, DB, which is this, and F
Historically underutilized
Yeah.
businesses.
Hub.
Things of that nature, yes.
That's
Hubs.
right.
All right, very good. That's all I had. Thank you.
Oh, we're huge on that, yeah.
Is there, how you doing? And thanks for coming on tonight. Is there a picture that you could show us or you could provide to the council that actually shows what the project will look like once it's done?
We did actually, Yvonne brought us, I have a couple pictures that I can maybe pass around. It's
Okay.
zoomed out, so you don't see every little detail, but it does show the limits of the project, the freeway, and then some of the drainage locations.
Okay. And that's all the questions I have, other than the 2 nails that I have in my car tires. From some of that, because I'm always on 45 up and down. So I'm looking forward to 2026.
It's only a few pieces of paper each time.
Is that one document or are those individual, the same of one
There
document?
was multiple copies on this. Just one copy or 2?
No layout for the 1 of 5, 1 copy.
Okay.
Okay,
I'll take a
so
look at it.
look through it, pass it around.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we can send y'all.
Yeah, you can send it to me.
Yeah, if y'all
You
would
can send
email it to
me.
us,
Yeah,
that'd be fine.
and I'll look at it.
Anybody in the public?
'Cause I want to study it.
Michael?
A couple questions I have. Since the project began, the southbound exit ramps from 1764 all the way to 519 have been closed.
Yeah.
Is there a way, because our first responders are having to go all the way down to 519 before they can catch the freeway? Is there a way that some of those exits can be opened until you're ready to do the work on them? Because that will cut down a lot of seconds when it comes to an emergency.
Right, we've been talking about opening that entrance ramp right there south of Delaney. That one just past the old Outlet Mall. We're talking about opening that one first.
Okay,
Because there was work to be planned there, but it just ended up not being happening. It was about some drainage work. It's not going to happen soon. So we were talking about opening that ramp. So we're about 60, 70, 80% through with that conversation. Make sure everything's in place that logistically that we can open it, protected and everything. Make sure it has the auxiliary distance so people to speed up and catch up and get the regular traffic speeds and
right,
march on safely.
right. Because right now they're having to go down just south of 519.
Yes, I know. I've done that a few times. I still travel to
Mhm.
Galveston to get my haircut with my sister.
But I'm more worried about our first responders because we have that Omega Bay subdivision.
Perfect reason. That's right.
And we've already had one fleet in that area. And I think it could have been avoided with having one of those exits opened, so they wouldn't have even had to go that far south. That's just a question, if you guys could open some of those until you're ready to do the work.
We have a micro caution in our bridge section. Not the
Do I
same.
get his paycheck?
Yeah. I don't think you want his job, though.
I don't want the job, I just want the paycheck. That's about the biggest question I had, sir.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Casey?
Yeah, I wondered what is the best way for us to let citizens see the stuff that you just showed us in this presentation, just the most up to date, here's where we're going, here's what the projected due date is. I believe we have some of this information on our website, correct, Mayor?
I think so.
It might be
Okay.
some of the original
And can
information
we-
they already released.
Yeah, can we just, I think it could be as simple as uploading the presentation that we saw tonight and just letting people know that that information is there. Because, it's hard for me to keep all of these things in my head for certain. And so if someone asks me, I'd like to be able to direct them to something the public can see that gives them a good update on where we're at.
Definitely.
Perhaps Casey, the presentation, the PowerPoint, we can make that available online so that the public can then look at that.
Yeah, I think that would be totally doable. Okay, thank you. I appreciated the perfectly well-paced talk of your presentation. Thank you. That was good.
Quick question. Just speaking to, you said you were going to install these large lights along the freeway that we're used to seeing, I assume, the ones that are like around the Walmart area.
Yeah, we have installed those somewhere recently also, yeah.
Yeah, but you're not saying that you're going to put those all along the new expansion located in the city of Lamarque?
No, it'll stay specifically in the TxDOT right away.
No, I guess you're not. These large lamps that you talk about, which
I'm
can
not
be
sliding.
focused, that we're used to seeing. Are you suggesting that all along the freeway, the new freeway in Lamarque, you're going to use those sorts of lamps to light the freeway? That's what you're suggesting?
Oh, yeah. And you're familiar with them. They brighten the freeway.
Well, I know that, but I think that it goes back to this discussion about dark skies.
That
What
goes
is it?
kind of against that.
Yeah. I'm just saying that I think that's overkill. And my personal opinion, right? Is that because we have residents, people that live along homes, as opposed to say
Close
the
by.
League City area and things up the road
Yeah,
that reside there. They have an investment
a lot of residents right along the freeway.
right along the freeway. So I think perhaps just some feedback would be imperative from, I think, our residents to see what their thoughts are, especially those that are, I don't know, I could just see, what do you think, Robert? About Omega Bay residents love to have all those big lights out there all along the freeway.
Well, back in, I believe, we had for these projects, maybe 5 years ago, we did the public meetings for these projects. We invited. the
No,
world.
I participated in them as well, but as things go, right?
Yeah, and I guess they see what's on paper, not
But
these 100-foot poles. sticking out
realize
of
it,
paper.
exactly. So,
Yeah, with all this
Okay.
lighting.
thank you.
Well, I think I-45 is too dark as it is, so.
Mr. Clark,
That's from a first responder view.
Mr. Clark, I have three questions that we don't have to get deep with it.
Mayor,
Uh,
can I say something? Want to say something about Councilman Compiam's comment?
Go ahead. Go ahead.
The lights you're talking about, many cities are paying for those to be highlight the cities. They brighten up the whole intersections and become cities I've been to have expressed the need to want those, and the ones you're talking about. Am I correct? Because there've been several cities that have asked for that because of the highlighting of the community of the roadway and the exits. And
Yeah, along the freeways, yes.
yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Mhm. Is that why we did a light study, or a air pollution study to see if the lighting, but honestly, it's more of a safety aspect.
That's what I'm.
Yeah,
yeah.
that's what, it'll easily warrant lighting projects, is to see the improvement over the driving at night versus with no lights versus driving with lighting.
Plus, it's a draw on the community for business and so forth. When I've been seen the studies on that.
It does. Recently here this past year, we've had a huge push about safety, which surrounded a lot about lighting projects. So I've submitted tons of projects on I-87 in Bolivar, 3005 in Seawall. I don't know if I've submitted anything in Lamarque. I think down Highway 3, a couple other places, but we are the ones. If y'all have any projects y'all like to ask, please send them to myself or anybody in my office, and we'll definitely submit them for candidates, because apparently we have money right now to spend.
Is that right? I'm just teasing. I'm teasing.
No, it's usually this never happens.
I know, right? We've been saying this the whole time.
When people keep saying, 45 is never going to stop in construction, but it's hard because we maintain the roads so often. We're excited when we get new funds because it helps us eliminate a lot of problems. We
Sure.
get to just build on the
Absolutely.
facility.
Absolutely.
We get excited when we get money.
Mr. Clark, I have three questions. And again, we don't have to be deep. But I think that they're on the minds of our citizens. While we are excited about the expansion of 45 and all that that would bring, we're excited about the safety that we'll have and the ability to move freer that we'll have. One of the things that we continue to deal with is these issues with water line breakage. Now, we've heard you and we understand there's no reason to belabor the point. But I think we need to know as a community, those of us that are listening, when these incidents happen and they are the responsibility of TxDOT, are you guys making sure that you are fiscally being accountable to us by making sure that those repairs are done either by your organization or by an organization that is compensated by your organization?
We have a pure waterline specialist is what he does.
Okay.
And I guess that's why these things are happening so soon, because that's the basis of the construction. Everything starts at the lowest point and works its way to the top. We have complete approval to anything that's damaged either by our construction crews or something that's damaged locally close by. Or if perhaps the utility company breaks the line and they're taking too long to repair it, or they don't repair it in the liking that your inspectors come out, they don't approve it. We use our crew to repair the line at our cost.
Okay. So in fact, any damage to our water supply lines or any other infrastructure that we have, if it is your responsibility, if it is TxDOT's responsibility, we have your guarantee going backwards and going forwards that you all will take care of it. The caveat being, so long as it is your responsibility. If you or any of your contractors acted in any way that would cause the damage, do we have your guarantee as a community that you're going to take care of it, whether it's in the past or in the future?
So during construction, so we have a period from when the contract lets and it gets closed out is what we call it. They would be responsible to make those repairs. In the past, it'd be a window that would have to be detailed later. Definitely any work that they do from now on, if they damage it, they have to fix it. But once the contract is closed out, the water line specific then becomes the responsibility.
Sure.
of the city.
Once you're done with the job,
Yes,
right?
sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. So when I say in the past, I'm speaking of not prior to your commencement of work in our area, but previous in that work. So I'm not speaking to a time when you were not working here. I'm speaking from the moment that you commenced to work in our community until now. So if we look back that far, would you be willing to guarantee that you all will take care of it?
Yeah, you'd say something like we have a warranty while construction's ongoing. If it's a break that's due to our line failing or there's a crack or something like that, we would repair it.
Second question. So as these lines are breaking, and there are all sorts of, you gave us 3 bullet points as to why they break. And you also gave us commentary in most of those bullet points that expanded on those bullet points. And so my question then is, we know how they're being broken and damaged. We know why they're being broken and damaged. So has TxDOT implemented any policies or procedures that would then mitigate those breakages and those damages to our lines? In other words, in real time, have you all met about it? Have you all debriefed and came up with a solution to put us in a position where this doesn't happen again?
Yeah, so during those meetings, they're kind of like a pre-construction meeting. We go out and we mark where the proposed line is going to go. And we also try to mark where the existing lines are shown on our plans. Well, those aren't exactly shown so well on our plans. And then when we have the inspectors come out, we try to locate those plans as the inspectors know where they are as the best of their abilities. Sometimes they just don't know exactly where they lay or where the valves are to isolate those valves and while we replace the line or if there's a damage during that line.
Sure.
So we do go out and mark the lines where our plan's gonna be, and we all decide, yeah, when we go pull the trigger, we're gonna do the work. Everything's supposed to be in place where it is. That doesn't happen every time. So in the instance, we say it's gonna repair, we're gonna replace this line right here, and we expect the old line to be out of the way over here, and we go digging and we knock it. It's just a not matter. We just have to stop everything we're doing and fix it as soon as we can.
And so just to follow up, when the lines are broken, do y'all have any time of debriefing? And in that debriefing, are there solutions that would cause us to not be in the same situation again? Is there a debrief? And from that debrief, are there actionable items for you all to do to stop this from happening in the future?
Well, we have a debrief. We have a short internal email that happens. Hey, there's this break. I'm driving to the location right now to assess the situation. We've contacted Lamarque inspectors. They're meeting us out there now. After that, it's a matter of, we have surplus materials sitting out on the project. It's just a matter of digging
Sure.
more and finding the existing line and trying to tie it
Sure.
with it.
No problem. I heard that some folks from our organization meet you all at the site. And so that sounds like there may be some sort of a loose debriefing happening at that time. And if that's happening, that's okay. I just want to make sure it's happening. And I want the community to know that it is happening. Last request, Den is a great guy. Den is also a contractor in our community. So would you all be opposed to, in addition to Den, having one of our Lamarque employees to be at those meetings? I think it's important for Mr. Saylor, if he remains here with us as our Public Works Director. I think it's important that he also attends those meetings so that he can report back to the city manager so that we can get the appropriate communication out to our constituents instead of having that communication be as difficult as it has been for us.
Yeah, that's right. In the past, we actually used to have the Lamarque inspector on site with us when the Den Jackson or when that group was here. So it faded down to where Mr. Ho and I and our consultant RSNH, we have a huge group that would come out there and we'd have these meetings. So that worked great. But Mr. Ho's been working with us great as well.
Sure, great guy. All I'm suggesting is, as constituents of this community, right? He is a contractor. And I think that it's better for us not only to have his expertise, but to have a member of our city staff present as well, so that we can hear it directly from those members of our staff.
Yeah, I think we've gained a relationship with one of your field inspectors that we stay in constant communication with.
Sure.
It's one of the local guys that help us comes out and locate the valves.
So, but you're not opposed to these meetings to have Mr. Saylor, if Chief Argon directs him to do that, you're not opposed to having him there?
No, please.
Okay.
Yeah, the more people all together making the same decisions at the same time, that's always going to help.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clark. It's been a great time of information. Thank you for your presence. Sir, what is your name? Ivar. Thank you, Ivar, for attending tonight. That's all we have for you.
Great.
Certainly, we look forward to hearing all of the great things that you'll be doing in the future.
Sure. And if y'all ever need to reach out to us, like you said, we're right over at the office. I have the card, index card, if y'all like to, some business cards, if you like to pass around.
Sure. That'd be
Have Any
great.
other questions or other, hey, we heard this is happening.
That
Nobody
works.
told me about that.
That works.
Can you clarify?
Thank you, sir.
And we'll get that to you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, council. We are getting into the business of our agenda. The agenda is long tonight. And certainly what we're going to ask Kyle to do is, as we move through these agenda items, he's going to start the timer at 10 minutes. So we'll have a 10-minute warning. Hopefully, we'll be able to get through these items within the 10-minute parameters. And we can do the business of the city at a reasonable hour. Let's see if we can get that accomplished. Item 7 Gus, is it okay if I read all of these and we do it all at once? What do you think?
That's fine. Yeah, the minutes.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
That's fine.
Item 7, guys, I'm going to read this and then we can take them all at once. 7A, budget workshop minutes of July 26, 2021. 7B, budget workshop minutes of July 27, 2021. 7C, regular meeting minutes of August 9th, 2021. 7D, workshop minutes of August 9th, 2021. 7E, special meeting minutes of September 7th, 2021. 7F, regular meeting minutes of October 11th, 2021. 7G, workshop minutes of October 11th, 2021. 7H, special meeting minutes of November 1, 2021. 7I, workshop minutes of November 15th, 2021. I will entertain a motion to approve items 7A through 7I.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Are there any corrections or additions to the minutes?
There is one small correction, or at least a question about whether it needs a correction. For the November 1st, 2021, I saw that Councilwoman Yancey, it's referred to her as being in the meeting, but she wasn't in the roll call as being present. So, small thing, but.
November 1st. Councilwoman Yancey, did you attend the meeting on November 1st? Do you remember?
I think I did. Yeah, I don't think I've missed any meetings.
Did you arrive late?
Not that I know.
Okay,
of.
so let's do this. If this is agreeable, Casey, let's allow Kiara to go back through the minutes. And either one or two things will happen. Either she will correct the attendance, the roll call portion, or she will add when Ms. Yancey did arrive, she'll add that and add the time. How about that?
Sounds great.
Can we approve these items with that caveat?
I approve.
Very good, very good. Any other corrections or additions? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 8, this is the consent agenda. This means that these are normal routine items of business that happen regularly, and so they can be taken together. I will read these individually and we'll do the same thing, council, for the consent agenda that we did for the minutes. Is that agreeable? Gus, what do you think about that?
That's fine with me. And if, as you said, if any council member wants to pull an item for further discussion, they are, of course.
So I will read these items and then I will ask if anyone wants to pull and then we'll proceed. Item 8A, discussion possible action regarding proclaiming April as Fair Housing Month. This proclamation will help to fulfill fair housing activity obligations as required by the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation, CDBG, MIT program for GLO state contract number 22-083-003-D208. Item 8B, discussion possible action proclaiming April as Fair Housing Month. This proclamation will help fulfill fair housing activity obligations as required by GLO state contract number 22-085-003-D223. Items of note, ladies and gentlemen, this is the $7.5 million grant that was awarded, though we don't have the money yet. It was awarded to redo many of our manholes in our sewer system. It is also the grant that awards us $48.9 million to expand our wastewater treatment plant, to upgrade 21 of our lift stations, and to provide sewer upgrades for a significant portion of our community. And so when you see these two items helping us to comply with those grant numbers, those are the projects that are associated with those grant numbers, just so that you can have it straight in your head. Item 8C, discussion possible action regarding accepting the quarterly investment reports of the third quarter 2021. Item 8D, discussion possible action regarding approving resolution number letter R-2021-0029, authorizing certain officers of the city to sign and endorse checks and drafts of the City of Lamarque bank accounts effective December 14th, 2021. Item 8E, discussion possible action regarding approving text pool resolution number letter R-2021-0030, authorizing certain officers of the city as authorized representatives to administer and manage the city's investment accounts effective December 14th, 2021. Item 8F, discussion possible action regarding approving Logic resolution number letter R-2021-0031, authorizing certain officers of the city as authorized representatives to administer and manage the city's investment accounts effective December 14th, 2021. 8G, discussion possible action to adopt resolution number letter R-2021-0032 to designate authorized signatures for the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation CDBG MIT program for GLO state contract number 22-083-003-D208. Item 8H, discussion possible action to adopt resolution number letter R-2021-0033 to designate authorized signatories for the Community Development Block Grant Mitigation CDBG MIT program for GLO state contract number 22-085-003-D223. Is there any of these items, council, that you'd like to pull for individual discussion? Well, okay, I will entertain a motion to approve or deny all of these.
I make a motion that we approve as is.
I second.
Second? Did you second, Casey?
I did.
This is a consent agenda. There's no discussion on the consent agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Item 9, new business. Discussion possible action regarding adding a traffic light at the entrance to the Delaney Cove subdivision. My name is associated with this agenda item. I have spoken with Councilwoman Yancey about this issue, as well as Councilmember Carlson, who simply happens to live in Delaney Cove, and our constituents in Delaney Cove are concerned, to say the least, about the increase in traffic that has come in relation to our new development. Great news, the Amazon fulfillment center. But nonetheless, there are potential issues with traffic. Mr. Ho, could you approach, please? Are we on 10 minutes? Kyle? Just very quickly,
Yes, sir.
the traffic study that was done was reviewed by who?
Yes, our traffic engineer, Tony Voigt. At that time, that was approximately 18 months ago. Before a lot of some of the developments on the south side, south of 765, the KB Homes and some additional development from the Delaney Cove was developed. So there has been an increase in number of permits that has added to the traffic flow. The TIA that was when it was reviewed, the difference is the off-peak hour. The Amazon traffic was mostly on off-peak hours. Their traffic flow pattern starts somewhere between the 9 and 10 o'clock in the morning range, whereas the normal traffic flow is usually in the 7 to 9 traffic range. So there is a staggered traffic and pattern. Keep in mind, when they did the traffic count, it was during COVID, so there was a reduced traffic. But part of that, they increased by 30% the kind of an estimated what it would have been during normal period. So they added the pre-COVID, I'm sorry, not pre-COVID. During the pandemic, there was a reduced number of traffic flow.
Sure.
What the developer or the engineer, Kimley Horn, did was we requested them to add an additional 30% on top of the traffic pattern during the COVID. But. yes, sir.
Okay. Let's open it up for questions. Mr. Carlson and Ms. Yancey, did your district, you happen to have a relationship with those folks? Which one of you all want to start?
I'll start. If you recall, when we talked about the traffic study,
Yes, sir.
and I told the guy who did the
Yes, sir.
study that I didn't buy it. And now we're seeing the differences, the problems. Now, who is going to be responsible? Because Amazon's already put in. Who's responsible for putting a traffic light in
Well,
there?
if
Is
there's
it the
increase
city?
in, yeah, there's increase in traffic from areas that's south of the track, that's going south, that's going north along Delaney or kind of northeast Delaney, then the additional traffic, additional volume that's going to be created, it'll be the responsibility of the city.
Okay.
Yeah.
But at that time, if you remember, I even mentioned it wasn't just the traffic, it was also the road construction.
Yes. That was
So,
before road construction.
right.
Yes, sir.
So now we're seeing the effects of a poor traffic study.
I wouldn't say there was a poor traffic study, sir.
Because-
I think they take into account the actual number of trips that goes in and out of that passes through that intersection.
Right, but we're also told those vehicles were not going to be on the streets. They're going on the frontage road.
Amazon is supposed to take Hallam going south toward 45. That should have been, that's what they directed in the traffic study. That their
Correct.
traffic will go toward Hallam to the feeder road.
And it's not. It's
So-
coming to Delaney. I got pictures every single day of vehicles coming to Delaney, which increases the traffic.
So I think.
So
from that-
we've been duped.
So I think from that standpoint, I think we have to have a discussion with the folks at Amazon.
Mhm.
If they are adding the traffic, they're projecting traffic that is different from what they provided in the TIA, then we need to take that into account and have a discussion with them. If they're burdening the traffic on Delaney, because what they've provided was a projection that moving most of their traffic toward 45, and they're doing a switcheroo, then we need to know that. Then we need to have a discussion.
And I did mention that when we're talking about that someone's going to be late, running to work, they're coming off Delaney. Did I not? I believe I did. I'm almost positive I did. So we're seeing the increase. We saw 2 accidents last week. We've had a lot of near misses just about every day. So I think we need to do something to protect the citizens. So I think we do need that light there.
Yeah, well, let's do this.
But that's all I have for questions.
Yeah, sure. I'm getting ready to get your suggestion memorialized. Chief Argon,
Yes, sir.
would you schedule a meeting? Thank you, Ms. Clark. Would you schedule a meeting with the representatives from Amazon so that we can bring to their attention that they are not following the policy that they prescribed in the traffic study?
Will do, Mayor.
Okay.
I did receive a call from one of my constituents concerning an accident, a potential child that was pushed into that roadway as they waited for the bus with Hitchcock ISD. Our residents don't feel that that's a safe area right now, so we do need to put a light. We talk about a light, a stop sign, something, because when our children are getting potentially hurt, and the expectations for us as adults is to protect them. And I'm going to listen to our residents, who this has been a very vocal discussion, and they've called me very, very concerned. So I'm in favor of something at that intersection.
So typically in these type of scenarios, what we do is we hire a traffic engineer to do a traffic warrant study
Right.
and what they'll do is they'll look at, they'll take traffic count through that intersection to determine if it meets the criteria for a traffic warrant. And that's the basis of there's going to be the recommendation on if a traffic signal is going to be required or not.
And that's a road that we own though.
Yes.
We
yes,
own the road, the city owns the
Yes.
road, so the city can determine
Yes.
to put a light there
That-
based
that-
on the study. But if the culture of the area
Mhm.
demands that, we've already lost one child because of the lack of lighting on Main Street. And so, and that area is not the brightest either. So that is something, and if I'm correct, you said that that study was done during the COVID season?
Pre-COVID, it's
Pre-
about almost 18 months ago.
18
before-
months ago.
Yeah, 18.
And there's
2
been a
years ago.
lot of homes built and traffic. I have 3 church members that have bought new houses out down the KB homes that you're talking about. And so based on that knowledge alone, it may warrant a new study
Yes.
to justify what we're trying to do.
And-
But in the
and-
meantime, something has got to be done. We don't want to have another fatality with our children.
So there's 2 options. One is to do a traffic signal warrant study. The other is to look at how transitioning some of the lanes for turn lanes in that intersection. What I don't like about that is it reduces your capacity of your drive lane. Because
Okay.
now you're transitioning from 2 lanes to
Right.
1 lane and then a turn lane. But, those are the options we have, and I'll talk with the chief and see what direction he wants to go.
So what is your timeline for that? you think?
Usually that's about a 2-month process. They'll take about a month to gather data and then another month to make that study, to write up the study.
Okay, but I just want you to know, the residents really want something right there.
I'll take the direction from council, whichever direction council wants me to go. we'll-
I would say write a proposal so that council can consider.
Yes, sir.
All of these things have costs associated with them. So
Yes, sir.
I would say start there.
Yes,
But
sir.
definitely, we can definitely have a meeting,
Yes, sir.
right? With Amazon to let them know.
Absolutely.
Casey, do you have anything? Joe? Very good. We made 10 minutes.
you.
Let's see, there is an action item associated with this. And so I will entertain a motion for us to, and we've already done this, direct Chief Argon to set up a meeting with you two, certainly your district. You have knowledge with Amazon so that we can move this ball forward. That would be part of the direction. And the second part would be for Chief Argon to direct Mr. Ho to provide a proposal for a traffic study of our own. Would that be agreeable?
Mhm.
Those are the 2 action items. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9B, discussion possible action regarding approving emergency ordinance number letter O -2021-0019, amending chapter 29 of the city's code of ordinances, providing an effective date, providing a penalty, and making other findings and provisions related to fireworks. Gus, you want to shed some light on this?
Yes, absolutely, Mayor. This was an item that was brought to our attention by Interim Chief Merriman in response to a citizen complaint regarding fireworks in the city of Lamarck. It appears that late last year, mid last year through late last year, the city of Lamarck adopted the 2018 fire code. This was, of course, done to increase the city's ISO rating, which the higher the ISO rating, generally speaking, that creates a downward pressure on people's homeowners insurance. So it was done. That's why it was done. But as part of that rewrite and adoption of the fire code, the old section 29-3 of the city of Lamarck's ordinances, which banned fireworks in the city of Lamarck, was just taken out completely. This appears to have been a mistake. Given given the upcoming holiday season, this is an emergency ordinance that needs to be passed on one reading. This ordinance that is being presented to the city council tracks with very minor typo corrections, tracks the ordinance that was in effect before the adoption of the 2018 fire code. Per the Lamarque City Charter, this ordinance cannot exceed 6 months in effectiveness. So staff's view was that once in early 2022, we will, staff plans to meet with Chief Merriman to discuss and Kathleen, any other changes they want to see in the firework ordinance, further updates with state law, all that sort of thing, and more substantive rewrite. But given the emergency or nature of this, we felt that in keeping with the emergency, it was best to just go with the ordinance that was in effect in 2020.
Sure.
And Chief Merriman's here as well to discuss any issues with the fire code and that sort of thing. And Kyle helped us as well,
Sure.
tracking down the history of this.
Sure. So it sounds like a housekeeping issue, very clearly. But you buried the lead, Gus, and the lead is our ISO rating is going down to a 1. Wave at me if I'm correct. A 2 is going down to a 2. And what that means is that each homeowner will realize savings in their homeowner's insurance. And we're talking about significant savings, more than $10 a month, right? We're talking about large savings. And so I want us to be encouraged as we look through inflation and as we talk about taxation and all of these other issues, our homeowner's insurance is going down, which means we will be paying less, which means that's good news for us in this community. Council, I'll entertain a motion to approve this emergency ordinance.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I have a couple of things.
Go ahead, Jim.
Gus, you could do me a favor.
Yes.
One of these is as to form. On these ordinances, I would like if you could please, so that we know the total number of pages of the ordinance, indicate page 1 of 2, 1 of 3, 1 of 4, whatever number the ordinance consists of.
Absolutely.
Okay, and then number 2, please, there's a section here that I don't think it's accurate. I don't have a page number, but it's section 2E. It says any person who shall manufacture, assemble, store, or process fireworks in violation of this section shall, upon conviction, be punished by a fine as prescribed in section 1.7 of this code. Look at section 1, but there's nothing. There's not a 0.7 or -7. Or is there it prescribed in sections 1-7?
Yes,
of
it's,
this code? Is that
yeah,
what-
yes,
There's
yes.
an S missing or something?
Yes, it's 1.7 of the Lamarque City Code, sets out the municipal fine schedule. 1-7, I apologize.
Okay, so just clarify that if you would as well.
Yes, absolutely.
That's all.
See, Joe. Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Any opposed? Item 9C, discussion, possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O-2021-0020, amending the fiscal year 2020-2021 budget for various funds expenditures by decreasing various funds and fund balances and increasing certain expenditures to individual budget accounts and various funds and increasing certain revenues in the various funds as set forth in Exhibit A. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Let's just discuss for purposes of helping people to understand what we're actually talking about. The city, like any other entity, has to balance its ledger. And have to reconcile what we've actually spent and what we have actually received in revenues. And so this is essentially what we're taking up tonight is essentially how the city balances its checkbook, how we reconcile what actually has happened. The budget sets forth a vision, but this is how we actually then do the nuts and bolts work of reconciling the figures as we have attempted to prescribe them in the budget. Ms. Koo, are you available?
Yes, sir, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Oh, I can see you now. Very good. Is there
Yes, my
anything
camera finally works.
Well, good for you. Good for you.
Thanks to IT.
Good for you and IT too. Is there anything that you want to add to what I just said as it relates to this item?
Yes, sir. Good evening, Mayor and Council, and thank you for the opportunity to allow me to elaborate this even more. Yes, every year at year end, we try to do this kind of budget amendment. It's because at the beginning of each year, when council is adopting the budget, everything's based on forecasting, best guess, okay? And there are things that can occur throughout the year that we can never anticipate. When those things happen at year end, we have to do a budget amendment, and we try to do it twice, mid-year and at year end. So that way we make sure that we captured everything that occurred. No way we could anticipate it at the beginning of the year. And this is what's happening. Because by the end of the fiscal year, per state law, we cannot spend more taxpayers' money than what's appropriated. So we need to make sure that council, the governing body, is aware of everything that's going on throughout the year by the end of the year and appropriate the funds to make sure that we cover all these unanticipated expenditures. That's the whole idea. And of course, we all know a lot of things occurred from October 1st, 2020 through September 30th of 2021. That's why I list on the Exhibit A those things that major, no way we can anticipate, and will have major impact on the fund balance once we're done with the audit. I do apologize that we missed the ordinance page. There should be an ordinance page, and that was my fault. I mean, when you have 15 items on the same agenda, you know, this is one of the 15 that I missed out. But by the second and final reading, we will have that ordinance page in there with the correct language. But the account numbers and those things that we need amendment are pretty accurate based on facts. For example, unanticipated events, major payouts. And we've discussed this during the budget workshops to just give council and the public heads up what's coming. Okay. And then an event happened July the 2nd, and we knew this is coming. Okay. Also, Uri, that occurred February 2021. No way council could anticipate a winter storm like that. And that's in Fund 70, those expenditures, as well as Nicholas. Continue on with COVID. We couldn't anticipate that either, even though we knew COVID was already occurring last fiscal year. But how long will it continue? Nobody really knew, even this year. Now, in that list, there are equipments like the fire truck that was paid in the fiscal year 2021, even though it was budgeted in 2020. Something like a fire truck is not like, okay, it's budgeted, just go and order it, you get it the next day. You gotta wait. Well, if it's not ready during that fiscal year, it's not ready. So you're gonna pay it whenever it's ready. And it just happened to be in the new fiscal year, along with the bucket truck, the boom truck. That was part of the lease purchase that council already approved. You know, that was a major item, and you approved the lease purchase, but we still need to appropriate the money for the equipment. And we got the lease proceeds to pay for that. That's not really truly drawn down on the fund balance, but it is one of the items that we need to amend the budget, as well as, oh gosh, there were other utility equipment I couldn't remember. Anyhow, major things that occurred, yes. And of course, we had settlements, lawsuits, and legal services. Those kind of things, there's no way that you can anticipate based on different events that occurred during the city. So I did include on the list what transfer into the equipment replacement fund. We also touched on this during the budget workshops. Remember, we mentioned about the equity return when we have enterprise, when we sell. And that's why these kind of things, we can move into the equipment replacement fund as a saving in there that we can actually utilize for possible future equipment needs. Good example is recently we, in the budget this year, council authorized for us to get 10 units of police vehicles. If you recall, the original requested was $500,000. And I mentioned that, well, we really don't need $500,000. We probably can do with $200,000. We may not need for council to bless additional money because of the equity in return probably can help us pay for the 10 units for the police vehicles. Why? Because as you know, this is probably once in a lifetime of this type of inflation caused by COVID. The truck industry, all of a sudden, you used to be able to get a truck, what, $30,000, $35,000. Now, if you go out there to a dealership, you'll be lucky that you can find one at probably $45,000. Okay, as I mentioned before, we have some used trucks that can be sold at retail price, inflated pricing in the market because there's a supply and demand driving that inflation. Selling at a retail price, but we replace with new vehicles at a manufacturing price because of the inventory that enterprise already carry. So that's how we can come up with these equity in return by taking advantage of the market condition and get us some assets to pay for the new equipment that we desperately needing, and steal some extra cash to move into the equipment replacement fund for future equipment. Okay, this is probably a once in a lifetime opportunity. This is taking advantage of the market. It is very rare. It is very unusual. COVID drove all of this and this kind of inflation and supply shortage. Okay, but it is probably once in a lifetime. I have never seen an economy like this before. So of course, there's always a bit of sweetness out of the bitterness in life. And this is probably that little bit of sweetness that we can enjoy, taking advantage of a situation, adapting to different situations, okay? Fund balance. As we mentioned back in July, late July, I said that we had 136 days available because that was after the audit. Audit confirmed it. We ended up with a fund balance in general fund, roughly about 5.4 million, if you look in our financial statements. Now, if you look on Exhibit A, and I kind of warned everybody up front already multiple times, there is high chances for a drawdown on the fund balance due to different unanticipated major events hitting us during fiscal year 2021. Our projected number for the drawdown in fund balance at this point is around $1 million. So be prepared by the time that we finish with the audit. Once confirmed by the auditors, I don't want to be the only one saying that. I want an outsider and independent auditors to confirm that too. Don't be shocked that you're going to see the 136 days shrink. Okay, shrink not necessarily means additional expenditures that we have to draw down fund balance, but also the fact that council added operating expenditures, shifting. Therefore, we need more operating cash per day. So your 90 days is going to shift upward as well. Okay. The anticipated number of days by the end of fiscal year 2021, September 30th. At this one, I'm saying about 110 days. So, of course, we'll have to wait for the auditors to confirm that and finish the audit before we can say definitely. But I just don't want to mislead everyone that, hey, there's going to be a surplus, 136 days. We may have, continue with 136 days. I'm not here to paint a rosy picture. I'm here to give you the good, the bad, whatever that's on the table. And it is what it is. It's the realistic side of things. So, and you can see more why on that exhibit A, but that's pretty much all I have for tonight, unless you have questions. Again, I do apologize for missing that page, the ordinance page with the language, but by next time, the second and final reading, there will be that page, and everything should be corrected by then. So
Absolutely.
that's all I have, unless you have questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Does anybody have questions for Susie?
A quick question.
Yes.
Susie, the line for repairs and maintenance on the water lines for Winter Storm Uri, it shows here $585,000. And then it shows that we've submitted or we're presently pursuing reimbursements totaling $732,000, correct?
Well, we don't know the dollar amount yet. We recently, in the past, we were only allowed to apply for category B, which was emergency measures for Uri. Now, just recently, I think the deadline was December the 12th. They finally allowed applicants for to apply for other categories, which would include the permanent repairs that we spend a lot of money on. So that just recently happened. We couldn't apply for it before. It wasn't available. So now it's finally available. And yes, we are pursuing to get reimbursed by that, but there's going to be a lot of work, a lot of questions to answer, verified by the state representatives, TDM, before we can get reimbursed. Those are the things that we have to front the money to get them repaired. And that's where you need cash.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Item 9D, discussion possible action regarding adopting resolution number letter R-2021-0034 regarding civil rights, which includes the Section 3 policy, excessive force policy, limited English proficiency standard plan, Section 504 policy, and grievance procedures, code of conduct policy, and fair housing policy. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
Mayor.
You want to
just a
talk
quick-
about it first?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do have under this, and this is just for clarification purposes.
Yeah.
Section 504 policy, it indicates that, and this is, I'm not singling you out, Mayor, but it's just the office. It says complaint should be addressed to the mayor, which I find rather unusual in this context, Gus. Since we're volunteers here, is it more appropriate for complaints to be filed with, like
City
in
manager.
other section, the city attorney or
A
city
city manager,
manager or whomever?
Yes, generally, I would tend to agree with you, Mayor Pro Tem. With these federal grants though, and federal programs, the applicable federal agency just puts in whatever essentially elected official, they think is
They think that
they
we're
think is
strong,
applicable.
a strong mayor. form of
Right.
government.
We just had the same issue with the GLO contracts,
Mm-hmm.
and the civil rights official is also the mayor. So what on the staff, when he receives a complaint, that it would then be directed to the applicable staff member to respond to.
Okay.
In other cities, there is a form of government that's known as the strong mayor form of government. You may have seen it. Houston has it. Texas City has it, where the mayor has administrative duties and authority over staff. The city of Lamarque is what's called a council manager form of government. We actually do not have any authority over staff other than the city manager, city attorney, municipal court judge, municipal court clerk, and the city clerk and our prosecutor. We do not supervise the police chief, the fire chief, the public works director, nor do we supervise code enforcement, nor the people that are cleaning your street or filling your potholes. We have no authority over those folks. We only have authority over the city manager. And so when things go haywire and people complain, the process is incredibly slow. And I think that this speaks to the point that we are not a strong mayor form of government. We're a council manager. But Gus, if you're saying this is boilerplate and it is standard because we are receiving grant money, grant funding, then I'm willing to go along with you on that.
Yes, that would be.
And just so that we're, I guess this is just for my purposes and for us. This boilerplate language, we can really substitute city manager for this designee. Would that be accurate? I mean, in terms of our practical use. For example, there's another section here that talks about the section 504 coordinator. I don't know where that popped up.
Absolutely. For the city of Lamarque, you are free to designate who will receive the complaint from the mayor.
I just don't want to, I don't want the mayor or anybody else to get somebody lost.
We can make that motion with that caveat.
I mean, just,
yeah,
if we want to.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm with you. Trust me.
Once again, it's not you, Mayor, I just don't want any.
Yeah,
additional-
no, I get it.
We're
I
just
get it.
volunteers
I get
here,
it.
we don't. Okay.
I get it. Is that it, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, yes, sir.
Any other questions? Let's entertain this motion if you all would like, with the caveat that we exchange reporting complaints to the mayor, who is a volunteer member of this government, to the city manager, who is the paid administrator of our government. How about that? Do I have a motion?
So moved.
There's a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9E, discussion possible action regarding adopting resolution number letter R -2021-0035, accepting the 2021 City of Lamarque investment policy for investment of municipal funds for Public Funds Investment Act. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Second.
Quick, sorry.
Go ahead.
Quick question. Susie, is she there?
Yes, sir.
You still with us? I'm just
Yes.
wondering, why is UBS designated here under our policy as an authorized broker dealer? The other two entities are American registered entities. UBS is a Swiss-based company. I mean, I used to deal with them myself, but it's a question.
Well, it was just there a long time ago. We never used them anyway. We can remove them. That list, I never used UBS, 9 years that I've been here. Yeah. It was just there as a list of ones that you can use if you want to, but you don't have to, and I didn't.
I think that, don't we have a policy of doing business with American companies or something along those lines, right? Local companies. But
I think back then they were American, back, 9 years ago.
No, UBS has always been a Swiss.
Really?
They have.
Okay. They were just on the list for many, many years. I don't know Why?
Mayor, I'd be comfortable if we could just. as she
Clean it up,
suggested,
clean up the list.
Clean it up. and-
Even though you're not using them, Susie.
Okay.
Just clean the list up. I think
Okay.
that's what Mayor Pro Tem is suggesting, and Randall, you would have to give her that directive because we cannot. Mr. Chief Oregon, you would have to give her the directive to clean the list up. You don't have to do it right now, but just whenever.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9F, discussion possible action regarding allocation of American Rescue Cares Act funds. Mayor Pro Tem.
Oh, I think we're going to have a further discussion, but I just wanted to get some clarity as to my understanding, and Mr. City Manager, we've gotten or have it approved for half of the amount, is that correct? Or is this something we're still pending? Because we have another action item here in terms of considering a administrator for the American Rescue Funds.
That's a Susie
That's
question.
Susie.
That's a Susie.
That's a Susie
question.
question.
Yeah, that is a Susie question.
Susie, can you help?
Yes, sir. We have the cash, half of it, but there has not been any designated projects. And that's the reason why we're hoping once we have an administrator who can guide us how we can properly spend the American Rescue Act money and still, be qualified. But because we do not have an administrator currently, and I just don't want us to take chances on just spending and assuming that it is and turn out it's not, those kind of things. But we do have half of it in our bank account in cash, yes.
And what is that half? Half of
Oh,
what?
I think we got allocated 4.2 million. We got like a little over 2 million into our bank account.
Okay.
Half of the allocated portion for the city of Lamarque.
That's all I had, Mayor, and then I'll defer then on
Sure.
our action item.
Sure, sure. So Susie, we can't, just really quickly, we don't have to really go deep. We're just trying to educate the public as we go. So we need a grant administrator, or we need someone to help us administer these funds.
Mhm.
Okay, and so that's what we're, where are we in that process? Can you help us to understand?
Well, you need to be in compliance.
Right. What I'm asking is, where are we in the process of securing a person or a company, rather, that'd be a better term, to actually administer the funds?
That would be.
I know, yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
That is tonight. That's on the agenda tonight.
That's what I'm asking. Exactly. And so when we do that, that will help us to then proceed with being able to acquire resources with those monies.
That's right.
Okay.
That is exactly right.
Okay, just trying to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you good with that, Mayor Pro
Yes, sir,
Tem?
yes.
Okay. Item 9G, possible action regarding amending the narcotics sergeant position and reclassifying it to narcotics corporal position. Chief Argon.
Yes, sir. After discerning our needs, after organizations were developed or the sections were developed, we realized that command staff has recommended to me that this position of sergeant does not have to be a sergeant. It could be lowered to a corporal. It will be a savings of approximately $18,000 per year. It makes a lot of sense, and I hope the council approves that.
Anybody have any questions for Chief Argon? Let the record reflect that Mayor Pro Tem has stepped out. At what time? 8:15?
So when would that position begin? The
Councilman,
narcotics position? Like when do you anticipate that position to be filled?
it's ASAP,
Okay.
kind of, just a matter of, we need a worker. We need an investigator more than we need a sergeant,
Okay.
and that's what will happen. So we'll have more, more people on the ground conducting investigations.
Any other questions? Chief, I wanted to ask you about supervision of this unit. If there was a sergeant, I assume that sergeant was responsible for supervising the unit. Now we're going to a corporal, who would then take over the supervision of that unit?
Well, really, we have Lieutenant Gandy. He is, the investigative services division commander. He would actually be truly the guy on the ground that keeps an eyeball on what's going on.
Let me ask you this, because I don't know, is it in a paramilitary organization, is it orderly for a lieutenant to supervise a corporal without there being a sergeant as the mid rank?
Narcotics typically, in the many organizations that I've had the narcotics work directly for the police chief because of the confidentiality. So it's not unusual for narcotics to work directly for someone of a higher rank because of the confidentiality required. So that's not unusual, Mayor.
Okay. Just want to make sure we're on the same page. Any other discussion?
I have a question, Mayor.
Okay.
Chief,
Argon?
Yes, sir.
is there a need to put that position as a corporal versus just leave it as an investigator? If they don't have any supervisory roles?
They will, because we get the narcotics down the road, the other additional narcotics officer. It would be good to have someone in a quasi supervisory position. That's why I'm.
So in the
keeping it that way.
long-term plan, long-term range, there's going to be.
We have one narcotics person. This is the second one. And if we get down the road in April or May, we would have 3. So it'd be good to have somebody in there with some supervisory experience.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not just promoting somebody with no supervisory roles. So it is in the plan for.
Yeah, we need somebody to help out.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Any other questions? Let the record reflect Mayor Pro Tem entered the room. Re-entered the meeting. Any other questions? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9H, discussion possible action regarding the forgiveness of all interest and administrative fees incurred by the city of Lamarque for the demolition of all structures located at 1101 Delmar, Lamarque, Texas. Code compliant supervisor, Ms. Van Staveren. Are you ready, Ms. Van Staveren? Ladies and gentlemen of the council, there are going to be 3 of these. And so let's try to make sure that we are making our arguments within the first of these so that we don't have to continue to make those same arguments for or against in the subsequent. You can approach Ms. Van Staveren in the subsequent agenda items. Now, as I understand it, so you're representing the folks at 1101?
Yes,
Okay, and you are?
Johnny Fontenot.
Johnny Fontenot, are you a family member?
I'm one of the owners, and my brother George and my sister.
Welcome. Come on, Ms. Van Staveren. Ms. Van Staveren is gonna come along with us, right alongside us. Did you want to speak first, sir?
Yes, sir, I would like to.
Go ahead.
I'm actually going to forego the video, even though the technology people would probably get a kick out of it. Because it is actually a wonderful thing if you desire to listen to it later. And it's just an introduction of who I am and my family and our roots in this city, and it is Galveston County. There's a couple of things I want to bring to your attention, if you could bring the slide up while I talk. Number one, I want to say that we have always paid the taxes on the property. So there's no issue with us paying the taxes on the property. I also would tell you that since 2008, if you go to Google and Google Map, you'll find the picture of the properties of 2008. And you'll look at the property from the standpoint of when we bought it, it's the same view. And here's why it's the same view of the property. It's because it's all brick. The only thing that actually changed from the time we bought it in 2014, 15, is that inside where the walls at the top of the roofs were coming down. I also want to highlight a couple of things. before the property turned over to the original family, it was actually run by the city. And that property actually dilapidated under the management of the city. Actually, there was asbestos in there as well. And the city has started an abatement of that asbestos before they closed the building down. I don't know if it was funding or whatever. Now, I actually want to bring up to the point that our intentions are, and our intentions have been, to actually build on that property. But we want to build for reasons that I have in the introduction, is because we want to participate in the rebranding, in the building of this city, because we believe in this city. We've got family in this city. My introduction shows that we have about $4 million worth of property in this community. When you take a look at our family, by the way, we have a big family. And another thing is that I don't know if this group knows about the history of that property, but I'll just give you a short version of it. That property was given to the city for the betterment of white people. We want to use that property for the betterment of all people. And that's one of the things we've always looked at when we've looked at this property. And one of the things that I'm here to say is that we're not asking anybody to pay for our taxes. What we do want to talk about is that having this lien on this property does hinder us getting something done on the property. And unless we pay the money, the $200,000, I think the 60% of the money that we're talking about now, we'd have to pay that in order to bring somebody to the table. If you want to go ahead and onto the site, that is a picture of the property. And like I say, if you went to the Google and you can do by year, and that's a 2008 picture. And again, it's the same piece of property when the city owned it and managed it as well. So from the time we bought it, that was 7 years that the property stood looking the same way when we bought it. And no one, I should say, there's history behind that and facts from the standpoint of Mr. Robert Grigg, who owned the property, who bought it from the family that took it back from the city. He actually bought the property, and you would have to look in your city records, but it is stated or believed that the city gave Mr. Robert Griggs money to tear that building down, which he took the money and did not do so. Now, but that's not why, again, I'm asking for this relief. I'm asking for this relief because I want to work with the city. We want to work with the city to do a major investment. If you go to the spreadsheet with the cost, go back one more time. Here's something that we had started on right before the pandemic. We had a couple of investors that were working with us, and they wanted to build a 55 and over living facility. You'll see some financials in here for about 170 rooms, 1 and 2 and 3 bedroom. I hate to call them apartments, but living quarters, if you want to call them. This was about a $24 million project that was actually being brought to the Lamarque. It was a conversation had with Alex Getty and Mr. Crowder as well to bring this in. And of course, COVID hit. And when COVID hit, it slowed some things down. The investors, one of the major investors backed out, and we didn't get a chance to get into our financing papers in so that we can get the loan that we were looking at. And then now, since then, I've had one of the investors contact me last week, coincidentally, and saying, hey, is that property still available? So I'm going to be back in conversation with them about doing something with this property again. We're going to do something with this property. And I know that the city, and there's a lot of interest like dollars involved in this property, but I want to give you one more piece of fact. And the one more piece of fact that I want to give you is that 5 years ago, my brother, I sent him I was working in Santiago, Chile. I gave my brother $70,000 to come pay on that property, on that debt. And he was told he could not. And they said, unless he paid the full entire amount, they were not going to take $70,000. That's what he was told. So this is not like we want anything free. We tried to make every attempt at actually doing this. But there is, again, I would state, there's no grudges about this because we want to do something for the city. And I want you to go aside. This is an interesting forefront. One of the things which, this is some flyers of what we were proposing so far as the building that we were going to do on that property. Here's the financials that I was talking about as well. So this wasn't something that I'm saying that was not going to happen. It was going to happen. We were on track to make this happen. And we had an agreement on the table. Any questions about this financials, and you guys to take a look at it and I can answer some questions. But go one more slide again. Go back, if you don't mind. This is where the, right here. On this drawing, it's showing 170 apartments. We backed it down to 140 because on the top part of it, we put a retention pond or retention because of retention, because they said the city, not the city, when we met with an engineer, they said that we have to have a retention pond because of the mass scale of what we're trying to do. And that's why we backed it down to 140. On the far side, whereas the Highway 3 side, it's about a little bit over 2 acres. We were going to keep that as for us, as separate. And we were going to do a kind of a small strip. One of the things we were looking at the time, we had a conversation with the, help me, Eureka, with the grocery store, Pyburns. So the Pyburns people who had a store at the time in Texas City, we were going to bring a Pyburns there, and we were going to put a couple of things like women's spa, cleaners and things. The idea of it was, and I learned this from my time in Chile, and that was to put things that the people in that apartment living could use, so they wouldn't have to go anywhere, so they wouldn't have to drive, because that's one of the things that I liked about Chile. Everything was in walking distance, and everybody that lives here now, everything's in driving distance. So one of the things we wanted to do was make everything accessible for what we thought was a age group, that sort of like didn't like the nightclubs and different things like that, so that it would be accessible. Now, I have one thing, and I know, and I hope I covered anything, but I'll take any questions. But I do. Can you go forward, please? One more. Now, here's one of the things I say. If it was up to me, though, if I really did what I wanted to do, I would do a major investment, including my property. If you take a look at the side, brother, can you touch where our property is? If you take a look at that 9 acres, that 9 acre block, there's probably about, there's 3, you can picture, there's 3 blocks like that. And I know Mr. Getty and Mr. Crowder, they have visions for the Marque downtown, so to speak, and then down the Laurel down in Maine. And my conversation is more or less from Del Mar to Maine. It's more or less do a major development in that area. That means it's 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I'm from Louisiana, and I talk fast. I don't believe you gave me 10 minutes. Because that guy who was sitting up here like talking real long and slow, Mr. Scott.
He didn't have 10 minutes.
He didn't. Yeah. Okay, but anyway, I'll stop there. But my point of it is, we pay our taxes, and we pay all our property taxes. And there's more history behind the building than just we own it. And we believe that. And we're not asking anybody to pay for the building, asking for the forgiveness of the interest. Is what we're trying to do.
Sure. Thank you.
Sorry.
Ms. Van Steven, you had a letter that you gave council. You want to just elaborate on it and fill us in?
I've not even read that letter. Alex Getty with EDC asked to put that in the agenda, and when I got it, it was too late to go in the agenda, so I made a separate copy for each of you.
You like to read that to the record?
would help you, but I need glasses.
Aloud, not silently.
I'd like to also let council know that code compliance is not bringing this agenda item as we are requesting
Right.
council
Sure.
to forgive these.
Sure.
We were approached. That's why we
Sure.
brought it to council.
You're
after
bringing
consulting
this
with the city
because we have to
attorney.
deliberate on it. Nobody here has asked for it.
Right,
We're all just trying to figure this out together. We
Yes.
get it. Yes, ma'am.
yes. Okay, it's from Lamarck Economic Development Corporation, December 3rd, 2021, Mayor Bell and City Council. Dear Mayor Bell and City Council, it is my understanding that in the near future, council will potentially consider forgiving interest and administrative fees for the 2016 demolition of the building at 1101 Delmar. Due to city budget constraints in 2016, the Lamarck City Council requested that the Lamarck Economic Development Corporation, EDC, fund the demolition. At the January 21, 2016 regular EDC meeting, the EDC board took action and approved to request to loan the city the money for the demolition. It was our understanding that the principal and interest would be returned to EDC upon payment. The city went to great lengths at the time to make sure the owners were aware of this process. The owners were aware that a lien would be placed on the property and agreed to the demolition. It is my recall that the building had been condemned by the city, which is true. EDC has met with the owner several times over the years to review different proposals. The EDC stands ready to collaborate with the owners when they have a project and are ready to develop. Since we are not aware of a significant development being imminent, I kindly request that no action be taken at this time. Thank you in advance for your consideration. Best regards, Ron Crowder, President, EDC.
Very good. Thank you. Council, how about we discuss for a few minutes? Kyle, give us 5, and then we'll maybe take another 5. How about that? Who wants to start?
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Biggest question, why are we in this boat right now, even talking about an $81,000 lien? I mean, how did we get, or how did this even come about?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Because I'm sure code enforcement at the time just didn't say, we're putting an $81,000 lien on it.
Correct. The $1,000 becomes because of the interest. The building demolition and the asbestos cleaning was $132,000. And what they put on there was an 11% interest annually.
Okay.
So for 5 years, that's what $80,000 comes up.
Okay, and this is just while it was under your control, correct?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, not the city's control.
Right.
Okay. By the way, I do like the plan that you have envisioned, but I just want to know what got us here today. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. It's good.
Any other discussion?
Gus, could you explain to us, is interest taxpayer money?
Interest is would be money that the short answer, it would be generally no. The interest is whatever the interest is. I mean, there are different accounting rules, but to answer your specific question, is the interest at issue here, was that money expended by the taxpayers? Was that money expended by the taxpayers of Lamarck? As I understand it, the answer is no.
Okay.
The money that was expended by them was, I believe, the $132,000.
Right.
$226.
So that is, so the interest, let the record reflect that the interest is not taxpayer money. When you are redeveloping a town and you have developers that come into town, the best practices of cities that are trying to redevelop and to become a safe city is to work with developers that are coming in. Have you met in the last 90 days, 60 days with our EDC?
And not in the last 90 days. I've exchanged emails and phone calls with Mr. Getty. And I'm actually on the agenda for next month.
Okay.
At least I propose to be in it, to give him the same presentation that we're talking about now. I I have met with them in the future, as she noted in her reading, in the past, in the past. And they were aware of what we were doing in the proposal.
Right.
And like I say, we were probably about 6 months from really getting this, having this done a few years ago. And at the time, just to let you know, my intent back then was actually to pay off that lien before we got into the development. Working with Miss Sally, Mr. Getty, and Mr. Crowder, there were going to be some incentives, so to speak, for me to do that.
Okay. Because our EDC is such an important part of what we do, and they spend a lot of volunteer times to beautify Lamarque, and they have respectfully asked us as a council to kind of follow protocol to allow them to look at it. I'm going to request that we table this, Mayor, until they can meet with Alex, and let's do it that way so that we don't and put it on the agenda for hopefully next month, so we can make sure that we are respectfully going through protocol, because our chairman has asked us to. And then we can do even greater things, because there are some opportunities here. I'm a cruiser, I like to cruise, but a lot of people don't have anywhere to park their cars, and they park their cars all the way in Houston. So there may be some other opportunities that we can add to your plan. And I really want you to sit down with them, since you haven't yet. Obviously, that letter tells us we haven't. Sounds wonderful. You're right. That property has a lot of, it's a jewel for Lamarque. It has a history of education there. I'm a teacher. So I know I welcome you to come, and I hope now that we've clarified that interest is not taxpayer money, and best practices for cities is to look at what we can do to redevelop a city that is the number one crime city. Sorry, did I take all the 5 minutes? Sorry. The number one crime city in Galveston County. So what we want to do is make sure that we are tough on crime, but we're also big on business and redevelopment.
Any other discussion on this matter?
Some questions.
Sure, go ahead, Jerry.
Clarify for me the history on this project. This was the old Lamar Elementary School.
Yes.
That was owned by the school district,
Yes.
wasn't it?
Yes.
And you acquired it from the school district on an auction, on a bid?
No, sir.
No?
No, sir. I'm sorry. In the deed that was given to the city,
Yes.
there was a provision in there that said that the city could use the land and the property as long as they use it for the betterment of white people.
Right.
And when the city started using it for everyone, in other words, the school was a segregated school, the family went back and took the land back for the city. And then this family sold the land to Mr. Gregg. There was some negotiation with the city to own the property, to get the property, but that didn't occur because Mr. Gregg met with the family and bought the property. But it was under the management of the city.
Was never the school district involved?
The school district, it's the school district, sorry.
That's where I'm confused. You keep mentioning city.
Yeah,
but
the school
This
district.
was not an asset of the city.
Yes, right, not
Okay.
anymore.
All right. I guess that's why I'm the old guy. I remember all this stuff. And it speaks to the second point I'm saying is that I think we need to research our records to see what precedent do we have on these issues. Have there been waivers that have occurred in the past by previous councils?
Right.
Because that's going to be a big determination for me as to what we're going to do here. And at least what I'm going to do here on that side.
Yeah.
But at the time being, I don't think this is ripe for us to consider. I join in the view that this needs to be tabled.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion?
I have one follow-up question.
Go ahead.
So we're just talking about forgiving the interest on the lien.
Yes.
The actual lien has been paid off, correct?
We're gonna pay it up.
But as of today, it has not, or it has?
We have not as of today.
Okay.
And the reason because they will not accept a partial payment. They want us to pay the whole $200,000.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you, sir.
Yes.
Casey, you okay? You good?
I'm in agreement that we should table, and I look forward to hearing what comes out of discussions with the EDC and the family, and learning some of the history about what precedents might have already been set by the city in the past regarding waiving liens. So,
Sure.
thank you.
Sure. For me, ladies and gentlemen, these have to be considered on a case-by-case basis. And that's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But for me, my goal is to put properties back on the tax roll. That's my goal, number one. Your property is sitting idly by, and we're not generating any revenue from it. Now, however, for me, that means a couple things. For me, that means the city has to be presented with a plan that is comprehensive and already financed. So in other words, this is what we're gonna do, and we already have the money for it. And for me, I don't know, even in that instance, and I'm saying this today, we're gonna think about it. But even in that instance, I don't know if that is something that we would be able to waive $80,000, right? That's a large sum of money. And so for me, I would have to do a lot of deliberating on all of that. But the first door that I would have to walk through is a plan with finance.
Yes.
That's fair.
Yes.
And then I will talk to the EDC and understand their take on it. Certainly visit with the constituents of our community to see what their take is. And then we'll be better to understand where we need to go. But sounds like you all on the right track. So I look forward to hearing from you. And I think that this will be a positive thing.
Yes.
So.
Yes. If you don't mind, just want to make one comment, and that is, we will not lose this property. If I have to pay off the 200 and whatever $1,000, I'll pay it. You know, however, I'm here because I want to partner with the city.
Right.
You know, and so I look at it right now, we pay $1,000 a year in taxes on that property. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
So,
and if I have to sit on that property because I can't get a willing, which I'm asking for, a willing partnership.
And here's
with
what
this- go ahead.
here's what I'll say to you. So this is how this works for me in my mind. So this $80,000 of interest, right? It is a debt that was owed on monies that were lent and spent to make improvements to your property, even though it was demolition. Now watch this. If those monies are paid, then it puts you back into the potentiality of partnering with the EDC for grant funding for your business. Did you hear me when I right? So in other words, if it goes down the road that you would have to pay it all off, if you do that, the EDC has grant monies for businesses to assist them. So it's possible that they might award you a grant on the other side of it to help, kind of make improvements to the opportunity that you all have. And so it's essentially, the same money, really, if you will. But you just have to go through the process, the proper process, if that's what this council chooses to do. So all hope is not lost.
Right.
Even if this council says that you have to pay off the 80,000, the EDC is right there waiting, if you have a deal in hand, to help you with grant monies on the other side. So it's a way that it all can work out. Just wanted to let you know that.
Yeah, and I appreciate your feedback on what we're proposing. That's clearly something that we would enjoy doing. And we think that the city was welcome. But like you say, there are other opportunities as well. But I just want to say, we want a partnership with the city and the EDC. We want to do what's right for the city.
Right.
That's all we want.
And I think on face value, and I'm gonna say this and we have to move on, but on face value, I think the members of our community would support you more if they would be able to grant you on the back end, like they do, many other businesses in our town, then forgive you on the front end. Does that make sense? I think that might stick in their craw.
Yes.
But if you're supposed to, and you're eligible for grant funding, I think it might be a little more palatable to them.
And by the way, that's what I was told with Mr. Crowder as well.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Good deal. So we'll work it out.
All right.
Thanks, guys.
I have one last question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Carlson
No, no,
has a question.
No, it's for the council and
Oh,
actually
okay.
for Kathleen, our development services. That area, is that zoned? What's
It's
the
zone
zoning? on it?
public. He would have to rezone the property to develop it.
It'd have to be rezoned. Okay. I didn't know if it fell under current rezoning policy or not.
No, it's been zone public since it was a school. Greg never rezoned it.
Okay,
He
so
just
even
left it
under,
when he sold it, he left it
even under
as
the
is.
previous administration, when we rezoned, that it's not
It
covered in that.
remained
rezoning.
public.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Good deal. Thank you. So council, we're going to look for a table, and our rule that we imposed on ourselves was that when we table, we have a second meeting in December. And so we know that's not going to happen
No.
because we're in the holidays. And so we'll move this table to the first meeting in January. Does that make sense? And while we're at it, are we also possibly tabling I and J? Think
Okay.
about that as we move through.
I move that we table the I and J for January.
Okay.
And then let's table H for February. That gives you some time to meet with the EDC.
Okay.
And get your financing and all that. And so when you come back in February, perhaps, or if you want to talk to us about March, to give you some time to work it out, we can do that. I want the city to understand, we have got to make sure that we got to be tough on crime, but we also have to redevelop
Yeah.
and fix up our properties and grow our tax base and invite businesses and developers to come in. It's the same thing with tax breaks and tax incentives, the same thing that we're creating for the guys at the dog track. So we are trying to let investors and business owners know that we are ready to partner. So thank you for being here. This is the beginning of that conversation, and I hope that it's a win-win for our city.
So I'll entertain a motion to table item H for February's meeting, Ms. Yancey.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item I, you are motioning that we table that until January.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And let me just say this.
I'm gonna have to read that in for the record. I got ahead of myself, but go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead, Kim.
Typically, when it comes to interest, some cities, because I'm going to research and find out, the city manager and the code person will come together to determine about waiving interest, since it is not taxpayer money. However, because of the climate of our city, I suggested that we bring it before everyone, before the full council. Because the issue in District A is that we want to clean it up, and we have properties of elderly people who some are dead, some are not. They're not doing anything with the property, and abandoned properties attract crime. And I will not allow the past to hold District A hostage because of land or areas that have been abandoned. How do you fix that? The city gets involved, because every city from Lake City, Clear Lake, Tech City have issues of abandoned properties. The problem that I have seen in the past was the city did not deal with it or just let it be because it was in the hood. Those days are over, because Kim Yancey is a representative for District A. So I'm going to fight to make sure, if you're going to come in District A and be tough on crime, you better make sure that light gets fixed when I call, because it has to be a balance, right? So that is why it's important that we look at that. But Aragon, could you let me know the precedents for that? That's what I've discovered about waiving interest on certain properties when you're trying to redevelop an entity, because all cities have issues, but all cities don't deal with them the same way. We want to make sure that we change that culture so we can make sure that District A, because I will say this, I love the fact that we have demolished so many homes in District A. So now we can redevelop. But we do have some properties where the land is tied up in liens and we've got to do something about them. And let me say for the record, they are not the only developers that have asked to have liens forgiven because they want to develop. And again, it is not taxpayer money.
Kim, can y'all hear me?
Who is that?
Can y'all hear me?
We can. Who is it though?
It's Chad Barham with Senseo Homes.
Okay. Let me get through this one, Chad, and then we'll get to you. Let me read this and then we'll let you speak. Item J, discussion possible action regarding the forgiveness of all interest and administrative fees incurred by the city of Lamarque for the demolition and weed control of property located at 2509 Jackson, Lamarque, Texas, 77568. I believe this is your property, Chad, so you may speak.
Yes. So though you mean on the light industrial?
No,
It's on the wrong agenda item.
yeah.
I'm on, yeah, we're on Jay. I'll come back and get we kind of got to hit ourselves. Let's speak with Jay, do Jay, pick I back up, and then we'll proceed.
Okay.
Go ahead, Chad. You can speak to us.
I'm sorry. So let me go to the agenda. I'm sorry. So we're going to oh, this is 2414 Stonewall. I'm sorry.
This is 2509 Jackson.
Okay, so this is what I can say. We've bought 50 lots in the oldest parts of Lamarque in Kim's district. And we're going to build Lamarque up. The families I'm trying to help are over 65 years old. They have a lot of interest. These lots are worth $6,000 on the tax roll, and most of them have 30,000 interest. All I'm asking is, I'm not going to build a dream. I will build a home within 6 months that will bring $5,500 a year in tax revenue, not including consumer spending. These people are older. They're out of state. I don't need to do this. I can go buy lots anywhere. These families, I want to help them. They're retired. They're retired military veterans. If I come to you guys in front of this council, they have to be 65 years or older to waive interest. And if they do, I'll buy that lot. We will build a home and we will make Lamarque better, period. It's not a dream. Every day, my company, the company I work for, is getting permits in Lamarque to build in the oldest areas. So y'all help me and help me build Lamarque. Help these families that are older. They don't know the process of tax liens. And let's get this done.
Thank you, Chad. I think we're on that process, sir. We are on that process. I'll entertain a motion for J.
I make a motion that we table J to the original motion, which was January, so we can look at the precedent.
Is there a second?
Second.
I second.
Any discussion? No discussion on the table. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item I, let's go back to I. 2414 Stonewall, Chad. Would you like to have a say on that one as well?
Same thing.
Okay.
Elderly family, let's help them.
And Chad, let me say this to you. Our charter stipulates that the council is the sole responsible party for agreeing to any sorts of negotiations as relates to any waiving of interest in any thing in that particular area of city government. And what's happening now is these things have been brought to us all at once. And we need to navigate what we are going to do and what our policy will be as a council. And so as we table this, we're not tabling this for any other reason other than making sure that we understand that what our policy as a council will be, and making sure that we are applying this policy fair and across the board even when it's one lot or when it is a massive development. And so we need a little time to make sure that we're understanding our power and our responsibility and how it affects our government. So if you can give us a month to maybe regroup a little bit, we can definitely have more clarity amongst the council moving forward. And so item I, discussion possible action regarding forgiveness of all interest and administrative fees incurred by the city of Lamarck for the demolition and weed control of property located at 2414 Stonewall, Lamarck, Texas, 77568. I'll entertain a motion to table until January.
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item K. 9K, discussion possible action regarding a final plat application for landing at Delaney Cove, section 14, located near Mitchell Lane and FM 2004. Dan, did you want to give us a 38-second?
38 seconds. Yes, sir. This is the last section in Delaney Cove. That's platted right off of 2004 and recommended, it meets the requirement of this, the planned development district. And we're recommending approval.
Very good, very good. How many homes? 32, 36?
30, sorry, I believe it's 36 lots.
I thought I counted 36.
Yeah.
You counted 36? I thought it did. Okay. Very good. Any questions for Mr. Ho? I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9L, possible action regarding, discussion possible action regarding final plat application of O'Reilly's. The Lamarck addition at 1.489 tract of land being a portion that called 46.437 acre tract of land of the W.K. Wilson League Abstract 2018, Galveston County, located near FM 1764 and I-45. Sounds like we're getting an O'Reilly's.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Ho.
Yes, Mayor. This is a part of the 46 acres that Dino Merrigan owns. Well, did own. He sold this tract to right off of just off of 1764 and west of the dog track, kind of center of that 46 acres. There's other multiple, he's subdivided several of the tracks already, but this is the first one that's not to construction, or getting ready to go to construction. So we're recommending approval, sir.
Very good. Any questions for Mr. Ho as it relates to our new O'Reilly's? Hearing none, we'll entertain a motion to approve, a motion to approve.
Yes. So moved.
Is that a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9M, discussion possible action regarding a request for a conditional use within zoning district C2, restricted commercial for construction of a single-family dwelling on Lot 2 of the J. Doogie subdivision located near First Street, Galveston County, property ID 1966669. Mr. Holt.
Yes, Mayor. This is a request for conditional use. This family wants to build a single family home. The lot is behind the new, I guess, center, the Art of Coffee per se.
Okay.
In that area. The area was zone C2, which does allow for a conditional use permit for single family residential. It's not fronting First Street or Laurel. It's on the backside of the road. So that general area surround behind that Art of Coffee development is all single family. So we're recommending the
Consistent.
Yes, the consistency. Yes.
Okay.
And if I may, Mayor,
Sure.
this agenda item as well as the next three are all going to be conditional use permits. These are the resolutions that we gave to council earlier today. The reason we normally they're not done as a resolution, the reason we chose to do that today or for these is the conditional uses require certain findings on behalf of the council. The resolutions incorporate those. Those findings are that they're adequate utilities, it's not going to impact the health and safety, those sorts of things. So just for ease of use, we thought it'd be best to put in a resolution for the council.
Very good, very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9N, discussion possible action regarding request for conditional use with the zoning district C1 general commercial for construction of a single-family dwelling on lots 10 and 11 of block 4 of the T.S. George subdivision near Azalea and Circle Drive, Galveston County Property ID 197045. Mr. Ho, 15 seconds
Yes,
worth of
Mayor,
explanation.
these, the next three, N, O, and P, they're all in the same general area.
Okay.
For some reason, they were zone C1. This is an area on the east side of town where the whole general area is all residential. And for some reason, these was left at commercial. So we've been requested for single family for a developer to come in and build single family homes. We're recommending approval
Very
because it's
good.
consistent with the area.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you have a question? You can.
Yeah, my question is, are these the homes on Azalea that a couple of years ago had caught fire and burned down?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay. I couldn't remember if that was Circle or
These-
Winding Road.
These
Or
are all
Winding Way.
vacant properties.
That was Winding Way. Okay, never mind.
Sorry, these are all vacant property from.
Okay,
from,
thank
the
you.
visual that we've seen.
Very good. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9O, discussion possible action regarding a request for conditional use within zoning district C1, general commercial for construction of a single-family dwelling on lots 3 and 4, of block 4 of the T.S. George subdivision near Holman and Honeysuckle, Galveston County Property ID number 197037. Mr. Ho has just explained to us, this is the general vicinity of the same area, all going from C1 to single-family dwelling and consistent with the neighborhood. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9P, discussion possible action regarding a request for conditional use within the zoning district C1, general commercial for construction of a single-family dwelling, lots 11 and 12, block 2 of the T.S. George subdivision near Holman and Honeysuckle. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9Q, discussion possible action regarding adopting ordinance number letter O -2021-0021 to change the zoning district from C2 restricted commercial to R1 single family residential for part of block 25, Division E, Cook and Stewart subdivision located near Cedar Drive and Lilac, Galveston County Property ID 195743. Mr. Ho, would you like to elaborate on this, or is it
Yes,
more
Mayor.
of the same?
It's in a different area. This is on Cedar Road, just about a block and a half west of City Hall. General area that there's some commercial, some commercial and some residential, but mostly residential along Cedar. So the developer or the owner is requesting to build a single family home on that lot. And it's consistent with the general makeup of this area. So we're recommending approval for a conditional use to build a single family home in this area.
More of the same, different location.
Yes, sir.
I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9R, discussion possible action regarding the ratification of interim city manager's approval of expenditures in the amount of $83,975 to Texas Pride Utility for costs associated with emergency pipe bursting of an 8-inch collapsed sanitary sewer line on Hackberry Street. Mr. Saylor, you know anything about that?
I was not here when it happened, but I can tell you a little bit of story. That line did fail. It needed emergency replacement due to the nature of sanitary sewer. So as far as I know, it was an emergency that was required. They did put in a new sewer line. I did drive the area, new manholes. The work's been done. Some of the restoration still needed to be done, but that sewer line collapsed and failed. It needed to be.
Okay, do you remember, and you may not remember because you weren't here, about how long ago did this happen? Just so that we can be clear with the citizens.
You know, I don't know that I have that date.
A couple of weeks before he arrived.
So this was recent, a couple of
It
weeks?
was rather new. Yeah, when I
Yeah.
toured it, it was recently,
Okay.
just recently completed.
Okay, so this is a new sewer line that collapsed maybe a month ago.
It was
Maybe,
an old sewer line that collapsed, but it needs.
but it's a new sewer line replaced. Thank you, thank you.
Pretty ma-
About a month and a half ago. Very good.
Pretty major operation. They called me at way in early in the morning and it was flooding the lawns with sewage. It was pretty major, man.
Very good, very good. Thank you, sir. I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9S, discussion possible action regarding adopting resolution number letter R dash 2021-0036 regarding authorizing the city manager to execute settlement documents with Sovereign Builders regarding the construction of the Lamarque Central Fire Station. Gus.
Yes, Mayor, this is to close out the contract with the general contractor with the Lamarque's for the Lamarque Central Fire Station. There's roughly about $215,000 in retainage that the city of Lamarque still holds. There was a dispute over HVAC issues at that facility. Den and Chief Merriman can speak more to the operational aspect of that. We have worked out a settlement with the contractor. The contractor has outstanding invoices. We have worked out a settlement in the amount of $146,136.05. That is the amount the city of Lamarque will pay to the contractor. That also leaves the city of Lamarque with enough money still from the bonds issued to pay it and the retainage to fix the contractors to finish the work essentially. So the city of Lamarque's general fund, as it were, would not be taking a hit with this settlement. And any questions regarding the operations or the fixes themselves, I'd have to defer to Dan or Chief Merriman.
Yeah.
Who's gonna do the repair work? The
I-
existing contract?
No, the
Somebody
existing
new?
contractor is out of the
Out of the
picture.
picture. All right.
Yes.
So,
So it would have.
And then, I believe we're gonna bid it out.
okay.
So we'll have to hire, we had an MVP consultant come in and do a third party review of the area. They assess the needs. In addition, there are some drainage issues that the builder did not compare. So this is really just starts so that the city can hire a competent contractor to basically make all the repairs. And the funds that was allocated or withheld will be utilized to fund those repairs.
I agree. What he said.
Basically, what they're saying is we're going to get the building prepared and functioning right at no cost to taxpayers.
Good deal.
That has already been incurred in the purchasing of that building.
Good deal. Can we gentlemen do something about the step down in the bay? That step down I've witnessed 3 or 4 people fall because it looks the same. The step and the actual step down is the exact same color, the exact same design. There are no handrails. I think you all have painted
We have painted and we are working on
a railing system.
for that walkway area.
Good deal. Good deal. That's important. Thank you, guys. Any other questions about? Very good. I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9T, discussion possible action regarding the 4 maintenance technicians hired to maintain ditches and easements. I'm going to ask, I guess maybe Rick, to give us an update on these folks that will be hired. I think that we had to straighten some things out. So I'm going to ask him to give us an update on those that will be hired and on the equipment that we've had to order. But let's say, let us say this. These 4 employees will be responsible for maintaining the utilities of our city, primarily the drainage ditches. The drainage ditch, your drainage ditch, the one in front of your house, is a utility of the city. Because of that, we are allowed through our utilities budget, through the utilities section of our budget, to maintain staffing levels. There are already staff members in this budget. There are already people that work in the wastewater treatment facility. There are already people that work in, I believe it's utility 22, Susie, and I'm gonna ask you to kind of elaborate on this from your perspective, and Gus as well, because folks are saying that we have done something illegal, which is totally untrue. There are already staff members that are working on that side of our budget because they are primarily tasked with the upkeep, the maintenance, and the improvement of our utilities. Now, not only are they responsible for that, the Public Works Director is responsible for that too, because he has to supervise them. And then any deputy city manager would also be responsible, because they then would be in the line of supervision as well as our city manager. This was explained to us by Susie. This was a discussion that I've had personally with our city attorney. And again, we have been doing this for years, and other cities do this. This is not something that is illegal. Perhaps this is something that people want to argue because of other reasons, but this council did this in the light of day, in front of a camera, at the encouragement and the recommendation of our financial director and our city attorney. Again, before we added these positions into this side of our budget, years, even during Mr. Mishtich's time on council, they were already there. And so I'm at a loss. Adding the city manager and the deputy, those were just making that consistent, because the city manager supervises the utilities. It's clarifying and making things be actually more transparent and consistent with what we actually do, not less. So I said all that to say we're in good ground, good graces. If you have anything to offer, Mr. Saylor, as it relates to what I just said, please do. If not, we would like to know when our folks will be able to work on our drainage, and also when will the equipment arrive for them to work?
We are currently posted advertisements for equipment operator and a maintenance 2 operator, which in order to do that work, we will need 2 basically equipment operators. Maintenance 2 main position is to drive a dump truck so we can haul material off from the site. That requires a CDL, so we would require a CDL driver to be able to drive a dump truck. We're also hiring 2 entry-level maintenance techs to assist with that work. So altogether, there's 4. You do mention about utility department 22, which is generally right now dedicated towards water and sewer. And Susie might have to help me out here, but the funding for utilities generates from an enterprise fund. I did have a conversation with Chief Aragon, city manager, interim city manager, regarding the ability to generate revenue for stormwater functions, because it is a utility, as you mentioned, that's true. I don't believe we have a revenue stream right now for stormwater, but it's something to consider in the future. So that would be another topic at another time, but most cities have stormwater fees built within their utility department to fund maintenance of, as you refer to it, a utility, which is what stormwater is. Right now, the work for stormwater in City of Marque is actually being done through the street department, which is coming out of taxpayers' revenue stream, not a utility fund revenue stream. Utilities are generally funded strictly by user payer fees rates.
Right.
Right now, we don't have that for stormwater. So, but the staff being brought in, I believe, and Susie, correct me if I'm wrong, will be funded through Department 12, which is street funding, which is my understanding. Do we know that for sure, Susie, or am I wrong about that?
No.
Is it 22?
Yes, it's 22.
Okay.
Yeah, 22.
All right. So I'm standing corrected.
It's okay. You just got here.
So, and the equipment we're looking at, we've got some bidding on equipment. One of them would be through buy board, which we're able to move that equipment rather quickly. We do have dump trucks on site. We have 3 dump trucks in the city. One of them's runnable or usable. The other 2 need work. I don't know exactly what that work needs to be done right now. We need to take a look at that. But in order to do that work on an efficient basis, we would need a dump truck also. So whether we can get one of our existing ones up and running to be able to do that work would certainly be an advantage. I don't have the details on that to tell you right now, but that's kind of where we're at with the equipment. As far as the other manpower to get men out there, that's basically a service truck. And once again, we're trying to take a look at our total fleet inventory and see what we've got and what our needs are.
Okay. So do you have a, and I don't want to hold you to it, but just so that the public can understand, when will they be able to see these folks working to clean and clear ditches and easements?
I would certainly think we would be able to get a team on the ground here after the first of the year, sometime in January, hopefully.
Early January?
Early mid-January.
Early mid-January.
With the holiday season coming up, it's certainly, we've got to do some interviewing and get somebody started. If they've got to give it notice, then you're talking 2 weeks. So
They're advertised.
Mid-January or.
Mid-January, okay. All right. So let's be clear. We can look forward to seeing these folks at the earliest mid-January.
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Does anybody else have any questions for Mr. Saylor as it relates to this agenda item?
No.
Very, very good. Susie, did you want to add anything before we move?
No, sir, unless you have more questions.
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay.
Gus, did you want to elaborate on any of this?
I mean, other than to say that as part of this, of course, these employees will be documenting their time to show what they're doing and how they are in fact benefiting the water and sewer fund.
Did you see anything illegal in any of the actions that were taken during the budget workshop or any subsequent meetings that we had as it relates to this item?
No, Mayor.
Okay, did y'all hear that? Okay, we all heard that. All right, thank you. Council, what I really would like for us to do at this time is simply to continue to encourage Mr. Saylor. I don't really want an agenda item. He gave us January 15th. Let's give him an opportunity to bring folks on January 15th before we take any action to direct. Is that agreeable?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Let's move to item 9U, discussion possible action regarding increasing patrol in Omega Bay, and we're talking about police patrol. When were we at that meeting, Councilmember Carlson?
I believe it was
October?
October.
October the 15th-ish?
15th.
I and Councilmember Carlson went to the Omega Bay Homeowners Association meeting where the two top items of discussion in that meeting were increased police patrols and street lighting. two issues that are consistent with a city that is concerned about crime. And so that's not fear, that's fact. Even our family members in Omega Bay are looking for more police patrol and more safety lighting. Again, this is not fear mongering, this is fact. In that meeting, after a discussion, I text Chief Randall Argonne and asked him to increase patrols for those members of our Omega Bay subdivision, which he immediately agreed to and subsequently directed his staff to increase patrols. All of this documentation is in our agenda. Patrols have been ordered, increased patrols have been ordered, and they are, to the best of my knowledge, are occurring on a regular basis in Omega Bay. What I want us to do is I want us to, because I put this item on the agenda, I just simply want us to ratify the directive that Chief Argonne gave to the members of the police department. Is there any discussion before we get to that point? Hearing none, I will entertain a motion to ratify Chief Argonne's directive for increased patrols in Omega Bay.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 9V. I don't think that I've ever seen a V. Discussion and possible action. And we're getting through the meeting. Those of you that are here for the first time, we're actually making good time. 9V, discussion possible action regarding safety lighting in Omega Bay. Safety lighting in Omega Bay. Again, two discussions. Number one, increase patrols in Omega Bay. And number two, safety lighting. They have private streets, which means that we cannot put any city utility on a private street. And so if you heard the discussion that we had earlier with Vincent as it relates to their ability to build and install and erect safety lighting on private streets, we realize that they cannot. And so we have to navigate how we would propose to have that done. But I suggest, and one of the things that I'm asking Gus, since we want to make sure that nobody's accusing us of doing anything illegal. Gus, if the citizens of Omega Bay are asking for safety lighting because they are concerned about crime in their community, would it be possible, or do you need to, maybe you need to research? I know we can't put street lights on streets, but could we provide them with safety lighting since we provide them with police protection?
Yes, the city council of Lamar could pass a resolution making certain findings, and I can get those for you, or what those findings would have to be that would allow the city to pay for the installation of safety lights in Omega Bay.
Very good, very good. We can do it then. Now then, can we do that with taxpayer money? Let's make sure that we're legal.
With those findings, yes. Mayor.
Okay. We're just trying to make sure that everybody understands. So here's what I'm asking council. This is another item I put on the agenda. I'm asking that we direct Chief Argonne to research how many lights they would need to adequately light Omega Bay and keep them safe, how much those lights would be. And so that he can bring that back to the council at next meeting so that we can discuss this in more detail. How does that sound? Go ahead, Joe.
I don't object to that. I would like to hear more.
Sure.
Because like I said, I'm in this zone right now about precedent. We're going to do for Omega Bay. Let's do for other areas of the city as well too. So I need some more information.
Absolutely. And that's fair. And we'll get that information and we'll compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges and to see if we can get our entire city lit up and safer. And I think that's the goal of all of us, and we'll get there. Any other discussion? Casey, I see your mouth forming words.
Yeah. May I? Yeah. So I just want to say, I welcome the opportunity to hear some numbers and some more details and talk about it with a little more context next month. But I will say my first instinct, or not instinct, but one of my first questions is pretty similar to Mayor Pro Tem's, which is just, the history of Omega Bay is very specific in its relationship as, a privately managed neighborhood. And we do have to keep those things into consideration, that it is different in some ways. And we have found ways to try and address certain issues that Omega Bay residents have brought to us. And I believe the city council has been sympathetic to that. But we do also have to very much keep into consideration that it was a neighborhood intended for a certain kind of management that did not include the city for certain things. So anywho, I hope that I would love it if we attached some of those original documentations like we've done in the past around Omega Bay's forming, so that I can feel more informed when we talk about it next month.
Very good, very good. I will entertain that motion to direct Chief Argon to bring us back number and price. The second,
Second.
any further discussion?
Could we include funding for that too as far as, can we use ARC money for it, or how are we going to fund these?
Yeah, we can
Can
definitely
that be
discuss.
included in the?
Yeah, we can definitely discuss that as well during that time. Yes, sir. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10, award of bids and contracts. 10A, discussion possible action regarding the adopting the resolution number letter R-2021-0037, designating a management service provider for the Texas Hazard Mitigation Assistance Program application and project implementation. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
We need to designate with this one. Is that right, Susie?
Do we? Maybe doesn't it?
In this
Yes, sir.
mountain, in this mountain of information we have,
Okay.
we need to designate.
Well, there's just a simple
Yeah, that's
resolution
what-
designating grant works,
Right.
GrantWorks.
but
We needed to name the name GrantWorks. That's what I was looking for.
Okay.
Yeah, we needed to name the name. So when you are awarding that, Ms. Yancey, are you making a motion to award GrantWorks?
Yes. 'cause that
Okay,
was-
is there a second?
Second.
I second.
Is there any discussion?
And to be clear, they're just preparing the application. Is that what I understand?
No,
Oh,
they're gonna be the administrator to help us,
So-
to guide us from the beginning into the audit and finish up the audit and compliance and getting the fundings from A through Z.
And they were, for the record,
They
they were the
managed.
only bid received.
They're the grant administrators in essence.
right.
Did you get it,
I
Joe?
see it now.
Okay,
Later, yeah.
okay, yeah.
Okay.
Any other discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10B, discussion possible action regarding adopting resolution number letter R-2021-0038, designating a professional engineering service provider for the Texas Hazard Mitigation Assistance Program application and project implementation. Who is being named in that one? I cannot, I have a mountain of paperwork, Susie. So you can help me expedite this meeting.
Now, we recommended to use Attico because Attico is already familiar with other city projects, and that way we can kind of have a good package together when we work with these engineering firms and kind of line out the prioritize the different projects.
Very good. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Not 10C, discussion possible action regarding adopting resolution number letter R-2021-0039, awarding administration project delivery service provider contract to GrantWorks to complete project implementation for the American Rescue Plan. We just talked about that. And funding administered by the U.S. Department of Treasury, other federal or state agencies. And so this is the $2 million that we were discussing. It will ultimately be $4 million. They gave us the first half dispersal already. But before we can buy anything, we need a grant administrator to help us secure.
Yes, sir.
And so that company we've identified as GrantWorks.
And again, because of the different grants that we recently have been awarded with large sum of money, it makes better sense to allow GrantWorks to assist us. So that way it comes as one package that we can kind of prioritize. The left hand needs to know what the right hand is doing altogether instead of being separated.
Sure. I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item not 10D, discussion possible action regarding approving award of LM bid number 0922, contract to Parish and Parish Tractor Service for lawn care maintenance of city facilities and parks in the amount of $91,875. This is the contract lawn service that cares for and maintains all of our public city-owned spaces. I will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 10E, discussion possible action regarding approving the administration and engineering services for the Texas Parks and Wildlife Planning Grant, Mahan Park, Highland Bayou Public Boat Ramp Improvements to Attico LLC in the amount of $98,242. Then, Mr. Ho, excuse me, you want to give us 30 seconds of what this is about so that the public can follow along and we can all kind of be on the same page?
Yes, Mayor. The city submitted an application to the Texas Parks and Wildlife Commission. Approximately about a year ago, we received approval for the planning portion of that grant. That included administrative and design phase, basically an environmental, which takes us to the point where before you bid the project. The next phase after this will be approximately a $500,000 grant to the actual construction phase of that part. But this is only the design portion. This is a 75-25 matching grant. The Texas Parks and Wildlife will provide 75% of the funding, and the balance will be through general fund through the city.
Any questions for Mr. Ho?
I have two things.
Go ahead, Joe.
Number one, is this is a separate grant. This references Mahan Park. So you recall in our budget discussions, there was the reference to a Coast Guard. Was it a Coast Guard grant? What was the grant for 70-something thousand? It was a U.S. Corps of Engineer grant. U.S. Corps of Engineer grant. What happened to that?
I'm not aware of a grant for the U.S. Corps of Engineer.
It's in our, go back and look at Susie. It's in our financial statements. It was for both Mahan and Highland Bayou.
Are you talking about the short line?
I want to get an update on that because it's been lost. And the second thing is with regard to this particular planning grant, I just noticed in here that we're talking about solar lighting. Having said that, I just bought some solar lights for my home, big lights like street lights. And that's something that I think that we ought to also consider as we look about lighting up Lamarque.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's, the cost to run power out to just kind of designated portion is the challenge. So in that particular area, solar makes more sense versus running power all the way through that area.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item 11, appointments. As we try to catch up with all of this paperwork and this agenda tonight. Does discussion possible action regarding appointments and or reappointments to various positions of boards and commissions? Does anybody have any appointments tonight?
Yes, I have one.
Thank you, and please appoint them very slowly, Michael, so that I can get to mine.
To the.
I'm teasing.
Parks Board. To the Parks Board, I would like to recommend Mr. Greg Cornett. He's previously served on other boards and commissions for Lamarque. Most recently, the Planning and Zoning. He would like to move over to the Parks Board. So I would like to nominate him as for the Parks Board.
Greg Cornett, okay, okay. He is your District C's appointment for the Parks Board.
Yes, sir.
Any other appointments tonight?
Come back to me. You go ahead.
I'm getting ready to make some appointments.
Go ahead.
Joe, you have any?
No.
Okay. I have actually 3 appointments, Kiara. Tracy Steens is listed as a mayoral appointment on the Keep Lamarque Beautiful Commission. She has since moved to the Economic Development Corporation. And she has not participated in Keep Lamarque Beautiful for quite some time because she is participating on another board. And so I need to fill that position. And I would like to nominate Lindsay Gonzalez, Lynddsay, Gonzalez with an S. And Ms. Gonzalez lives at 321 Apache Field Lane in Painted Meadows. Thank you. In Painted Meadows. Yay for Painted Meadows. That is one of my appointments. I would also like to appoint to the Parks Board, Mike Webb. And I don't have his address on me. Mike Webb. Mike Webb used to be past president of the Lamarque Little League Baseball Association. And he was one of the primary caretakers of Bobby Beach baseball fields. And so he has worked with children for quite some time. So I'd like to appoint him and nominate him to work on the Parks Board alongside those other great folks on our Parks Board. Going back again, Casey, do you have anything?
I just have one appointment. I have several more I'll have to catch up with in January, but I would like to reappoint Miss Alana Brown to the Keep Lamarque Beautiful Commission.
All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Campion,
I'll catch up in
you
the
catch up
new year.
next meeting?
Yeah.
Ms. Yancey,
Yeah, I'm gonna have to catch up on January because kind of a switcheroo. I need to talk to them first.
sure, good deal, good deal. So before us, we have Greg Cornett, District C, nomination for Parks Board. We have Lindsay Gonzalez, mayoral nomination for Keep Lamarque Beautiful, and we have Mike Webb, mayoral appointment for the Parks Board. I will entertain a motion in a second.
So moved.
The second,
Second.
all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We are at executive session, council. We can do one of two things. We can move item 14 up so that we can get our requests and announcements in while people are still here. Or we can go into executive session and do it after.
I think we should do it now.
Do it now?
For the sake of the citizens, let's do it now.
Let's do it now. Casey, you're up.
End of the year, end of a long, challenging, wonderful year. And I just want to say thank you to everyone who has, golly, we've had a lot of changes this year, and there have been so many people who have not only stepped up to the plate, but smiled when there's been several more helpings heaped onto their plate that they already had, and all other kinds of plate and food metaphors that I can think of. I just feel very grateful to the staff that we have who have been with us for a long time, the staff who are new, and the folks who are doing jobs while new staff are incoming. You folks, along with the volunteers of all of our boards and commissions and the volunteer hours that so many people give to make this city run, is truly overwhelming. It's a really beautiful thing, and I feel very grateful for it. And it's a privilege to be a part of this council, and I wish everyone happy holidays and a beautiful new year. Thank you.
Very good. Michael.
I have a few things. I do have a new phone number. It's 409-944-8311. That way it's on the record, so people can go back and replay it and get the number. That is my official city phone. Next year, I would like to try to get a master city plan done. I know we have the master parks plan, but we do need a city plan, a master city plan. Also, our strategic development plan expires on January 1st. That's what we've been kind of going off of previously, but I know the city needs a long-term plan, and I know the mayor's talked about the master plan. So can we start work on that in the new year? A request I have, and citizens have talked to me about it, is trying to make the budget, the online budget, a little bit easier to read. Because they're complaining it's just a bunch of worksheets. And all the previous years have been really nice laid out stuff. So if we could improve that, make it easier for the citizens to read instead of just papers. And the last thing, kind of sentiments like Councilwoman McAuliffe said, it's been a crazy year. Lots of changes, lots of good changes, lots of not so good changes with losing people. But changes nonetheless. So going into 2022, I look forward to working with an awesome council, an awesome city staff, the volunteers, the staff. So on behalf of myself, my family, and my children, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy Kwanzaa, Blessed Yule, and Happy New Year for everybody. So that's all I have.
Well, the protocol has been established. Saying happy holidays. First of all, I had the best time at the Christmas parade. That was the best time I've ever had since we hit the ground running in June. So, but just to see our families out and our kids so excited, and to see that we recognize our 3 public school principals who work hard every day in Marque. I don't know, Mayor, if you know the energy that and how good they felt that they were being honored by the community that they serve, because they don't live here. And so to know that the city recognized them was a blessing. So I'm looking forward, Kyle, to the technology we have coming out with our new communications officer and with yourself. We're doing the city app. We're improving that to make it more usable for our millennials and teaching our senior citizens how to use it as well. So I'm really excited about the new year. One thing that Mike, I want to say, I know we're talking about some of our pain points, but pain always has purpose. And sometimes when you are trying to turn a city, it's going to itch a little bit, but I think we're getting past our scratching and we're getting to the point where we're going to see some progress, real progress. One thing that my dad always taught me is that kill them with kindness. Smile and concentrate on being positive. So for those of you, I hate to call names, but I have to call out the Penningtons. Thank you so much for being so faithful and coming and sit with us. I know, because there's been some long meetings, and just sometimes your presence means a lot, just to be here and stick it out with us. Because not everybody does that. And so it really means a lot to have your support and your presence and just a check and balance. I believe in that. That's what makes our democracy amazing, because there's always somebody checking you to make sure you don't forget that this is a democracy. And I've learned a lot. Thank you, Mayor, for your patience with the new council, because you had to kind of go slow to get us to understand. So thank you so much for your patience. I'm praying for our council that we continue to remember that we were elected to do a job, and that is to help keep Lamarck, or make Lamarck one of the number one safest cities in Texas. To my District A representative, District A constituents, thank you so much for your phone calls, your encouragement, coming to the town hall meetings, and just being a support. I really appreciate you working with the neophyte. One thing that I do want to look at, Mayor, kind of switching it up a little bit, is that I want to revisit our EDC and the members who do not live here. I think Lamarque is a great place to live, and I think that the people that serve on our EDC need to live here. I know we had a formal complaint that came up regarding one of our members. I don't know if that was ever looked into, but I think with all the people that we have and the many brilliant minds that we have here in Lamarque, that they deserve an opportunity to represent. They need to live here. That is an amazing council, our Economic Development Council. And I think those people that live there, that serve there, need to live here. So I'm requesting that we revisit that, because I know the ordinance grandfathered certain people in, but that's a long term to 2026. That's longer than our terms, man. And I just don't think that's fair. When you have good quality, smart, intelligent, brilliant people who live here and want to help Lamarque become better. It's nothing like living here in Lamarque, hearing the gunshots, and not just working here. So we need to make sure that we have those minds on that. Also, the other thing I want to bring to our attention is that we never received the informal review regarding a shooting that happened on December 9th of 2020. The public have yet to receive that informal review concerning that situation. I'm asking you, Chief, that we get that as soon as possible. We don't forget, and it's important that we work together. I have enjoyed working with this council this year, and I look forward to bigger and greater things in 2022. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you. We've come a long way. I will tell you this, when I first joined this council, trying to figure out, and in the first days, there was a lot of these stacks. And crazy me, I read every page. And
yes, we know.
And I asked myself, what have I gotten myself into? And but what I've found out is that I'm surrounded by exceptional residents here in this city who have first and foremost a heart. And that is what motivates me every day. Your kindness, your notes of support, your calls, a simple coffee. And that for me is the core of this city. It is the heart that we have here. And I look here in this room and I see it. And I echo some people that you recognize. And so I just want to express my heartfelt thanks. We have a lot more to do. And please join us in that effort. And finally, the last thing is, one of the things I did when I came back, I took a little break. Before I took my break, my A1C was 8.4. Those of you who don't know what an A1C is, it's a diabetic level, right? And that's when, before I joined this council, it was at 6.7. So that shows to you stress has a big factor. And the other thing, my blood pressure was averaging about 138 over, I don't know, like 86, 87 as well too. And my doctor said, you need to find a way to get back in calm. And that was getting out of the country for a while and into a place where I could. Upon return, my blood pressure yesterday morning was 116 over 78. And my A1C is now down to 7.4. It went down that. So it took one thing. It was disconnecting. It was not reading crazy social media posts. It was not, more importantly, believing crazy social media posts. And we can all disagree. We can do so respectfully. And in doing so, we become better people. Let's try and live what we believe in, and that is to be kind to each other. So God bless you all. God bless your families. And let's have a dynamic 2022.
And let's all say it again. Do not believe crazy social media posts. I like that, Joe. I like that. I think I'm going to use that more than, can I steal it? A couple of items of requests, and then I'll share some things with you that I've learned about this year. Chief Argon, I'd like at the next meeting for you to have a designated person to hold our staff accountable for the 72-hour policy that we talked about as it relates to request tracker. The council has directed our city administration to direct all staff to respond to request tracker. Any change in status in any of those requests within 72 hours of the change of status. So Chief, I'd like for you to bring that policy so that we can review it, so that the citizens can see it, and also designate a position, rather. You don't have to designate a person. It doesn't have to be Kiara or Kathleen, or it can be a position so that the public will know who is responsible for their requests being ushered through the process. Also, I'd like for us on the next agenda, Kiara, to have a resolution that we would approve to basically request that our Economic Development Corporation finance a new study so that we can have a comprehensive plan, a 5-year, if council says that that's agreeable, a plan to move this city forward. It'll be a plan that we can adopt, but it'll be a plan that the Economic Development Corporation can finance. They did our last plan in 2015, I believe it was. So they can finance this plan. That speaks to Mr. Carlson's request, and also Mayor Pro Tem has been bringing this up for about the last 6 months or so, that we need a plan. So we'll get that done in the next year. I wanted to remind you that every month, once a month until the May election, we will have a tour of our jail for those members of our community that would like to see the conditions in which our police officers work. There's a tour of our jail. I've taken a tour. Certainly there was a tour group of about 9 citizens last week or week before last. My memory escapes me. And they were able to see firsthand the working conditions of those that they trust to keep them safe. And that is an eye-opening experience. We want you to be educated as we move forward with this discussion on whether or not it is appropriate for us to have a police station. I believe that it is. This is not a new phenomenon for me. I was speaking with Chief Argon in 2014 about a new police station. In 2019, I was on the record in this council chambers as Mayor Pro Tem asking the council to bring this idea to a vote. I am in full support of it. But I want you as a community to take the tour, to do your homework, and to see whether or not you feel the same. Now, if you feel the same, we will have an opportunity to vote on this potentially in May. This council will not decide whether or not we have a new police station built. This council will decide whether or not it is appropriate to bring this issue to you in a vote. Again, these 5 members will not say yay or nay, we need a police station. These 5 members will say yay or nay. Let's allow the citizens to vote on a new police station. Is that clear? How will it be paid for? Then it will be a bond election is what it essentially will be. It will be a bond election. And so this will be something that we would have to consider moving forward as a community. We will have more information. It's only December and we're in the holiday season, but there will be more information in store for you. Also, every month, this month even, December 28th, in the midst of this holiday season, I, for one, on December 28th at 6 p.m. will be in council chambers, sitting before the people like I was last month and like I will continue to be every month until this election, holding a tax forum, which means that I want to hear from you. If you are a leader of this tax rollback effort, then we discuss these things in council, because all of the information needed is in council chambers. Our finance director is here, our city attorney is here, the council is here, all of us are here, and we have the ability to discuss any and all ideas that you may have. Anything at all that you may think about this tax rollback, you are invited. In fact, it's better to do this in council chambers than it is to do it outside of council chambers, where there are no council members available, because the people that decide at this point how we move forward fiscally are the people that are on this dais. And so to have any discussion as it relates to tax rollback outside of the presence of these 5 members of council would be fruitless and pointless if in fact we need the information to be able to make a decision, if there is any pertinent information out there. So I encourage every citizen that is concerned about our tax rate and about tax revenue, I invite you, I encourage you to come out and have conversations with your council and with other members of our community that don't have any issues with tax rates, so that we can solve problems together. Otherwise, we'll be apart and we'll never agree and we'll never move this city forward. We have to come together to discuss the issues that are important to our city in order to move our city forward. That's what a democracy is. And that is the only way we'll be better off in the future, if we can discuss these things together. And let me say this to you, it's been a long year. I just jotted some things down as we were talking, just very quickly. COVID, winter storm, we've dealt with resignations, we've dealt with runoffs in elections. We all have campaigned this year, with the exception of Joe. His was last year, and Casey, but it was not too far off. We've had a budget cycle. We've had safe city meetings. We have dealt with issues within our public works department as it relates to not enough staff or equipment. And we've dealt with a lot of challenges in our city, and we have been working as a council. We have been doing the best we can with the understanding we have and the information that's given to make decisions on behalf of our community. And we will continue to work every day. We'll continue to do what's necessary to try to make Lamarque a better place. And that's all we can do. We are volunteers. We all have lives, and many of us have jobs and businesses and other things that we are associated with. But we do what we can, and we do it with a good heart, and we do it from a good place. And so that brings me to this point, and I'll leave you with this. As challenging as 2021 was for our city, 2022 will be even more challenging, and in fact, will be a defining year in our city. I can't tell you it in any other way. 2022 is the moment that we have been waiting for in this city. We have an opportunity to affirm our police department. We have an opportunity to declare to this world and to every criminal in it that we will be the safest city in Texas, that we'll do everything in our power to do so. We have an opportunity in 2022 to give our police department the necessary resources to achieve the goals that we have tasked them with. We have an opportunity to select a new city manager to lead our city forward in a positive and impactful way. All of these things are at our doorstep in this city. Never let anyone tell you that what we're dealing with is about taxes. It's not about taxes. It's never been about taxes. This is about the trajectory, the vision of a city. This is about who we say we want to be. And this council has provided for you a vision of who we can be. And now it's up to you to decide who you want to be now. To give you a tidbit. Whenever two sides are having a discussion, hear me clearly. Whenever you have two sides having a discussion and one side is attacking people, lying on people, calling them criminals, calling them liars, and all of the other things that many of us have been called on council, when one side of an argument attacks the people on the other side, that is an indicator that they have no argument. So those of you that are out here in our community and you're out here on social media, when you see people attacking this council, it is because they have no argument for this tax rollback. Because there is no argument against safety. You either want to be the safest city or you don't. You either want to be safe or you don't. You either want crime to be resolved or you don't. This side, these folks that I serve with, when we make arguments for keeping the tax rate the same, we make arguments on services that are provided or that can potentially be provided. That's what we do here. We don't demonize or slander or libel or insult anybody on the other side of this argument. We talk about facts as we understand them on our side of the argument. So as we leave tonight, remember, when you see people in public or on social media, when you see them attacking members of your council, it's because they have no argument. Because if they had a real argument, they would be arguing the argument and not attacking the people. I want to thank you for allowing me to be your mayor. It has been real. It has been fun. But Miss Pennington, it hadn't always been really fun. But I'm in it so long as you would have me to be here. And I want to thank you for everything you've done, council. It's been amazing, an amazing year with you. I'm proud of you. And I know that we are going to do great things together. Now, Gus, Chief Argon, do y'all have anything? Hmm? Oh, check my phone. Oh, okay. before we go to executive session, I want to tell you, because I was told to tell you this. On December 25th, Jesus was born,
Yes.
and so was Kimberly Yancey. Yay! Do you want me to tell them how old you're going to be? Kimberly Yancey will be celebrating 50 years of life on earth, December 25th. Happy birthday, Miss Yancey. God bless you. Thank you. Certainly.
End on a high note.
We got to end on that high note. Now we're getting ready to go into executive session. You all can stick around if you like, but let me read this to you so that you'll know what we're talking about. Item 12, executive session. The City Council of the City of Lamarque, Texas reserves the right to adjourn into executive session at any time during the course of this meeting to discuss any of the matters listed above as authorized the Texas Government Code, Section 551.071, consultation with attorney, 551.072, deliberations about real property, 551.073, deliberations about gifts and donations, 551.074, personnel matters, 551.076, deliberations about security devices, and 551.086, economic development. 12A, we will discuss section 551.074, personnel matters, the discussion of the city manager position for the city of Lamarque. Incidentally, we have 36 applicants, 36 applicants that want to be your city manager in this city. That says something about our city. It's the place that people want to be. 36. So we're going to be discussing that. We won't be naming anybody, trust me. We're simply going to be getting information as it relates to those applicants. And section B, 12B, section 551.074, personnel matters, discussion of the appointment of a city clerk. Potentially there may be an appointment tonight. We don't know. We have to understand what's happening in executive session. So having said all of that, you can wait if you like. If not, you can go home and turn to channel 16. And when we come out, you will know what we know. And so we will close the regular meeting and adjourn to executive session at 10:07. Hello, and it is 11:42 PM. We're back out of executive session. Item 13, action taken from executive session. 13A, discuss possible action regarding the city manager position for the city of Lamarque. I believe we will take no action at this time, and we will allow the process to continue. 36 applicants. Certainly, the process continues beyond this discussion tonight. 13B, discussion possible action regarding approval of the recommendation from the city manager for the appointment of a city clerk. Chief Argon, you are the interim city manager. Do you have a recommendation for this council at this time?
I do, Your Honor. Kiara Nance, who's deputy city clerk, I did recommend it to the city council that she be appointed as our city clerk.
Very good, very good. Do you have a salary recommendation?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. $58,000.
$58,000 per year. Okay. Okay. Well, guys, would you like to take action on this recommendation?
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the interim city manager's recommendation at the rate of 58,000 per year.
And what is that person's name?
Kiara Nance.
Very good. Is there a second?
I want to make a point of information to that motion, that after 6 months, we revisit the salary due to the last city clerk was making $30,000 more a year. I think that's a travesty. So after 6 months, we need to revisit that. That's my amended motion. To his motion, amendment to his motion. Sorry.
Well, we need a second unless you want to amend your motion so that she doesn't have to make an amendment.
I will second her amendment. So,
Okay, well, we need a second.
so I will make,
Do you want to add that to your original motion?
yes, I will
Okay.
add that to my original motion.
Okay, let the record reflect that in 6 months, we will review Mrs. Nance's salary.
It's the same job, same position.
Is there a second?
I second.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Ms. Nance. You have an incredible amount of work to do. Here you go. All right, guys, we are at adjournment. I will entertain a motion to adjourn since it's 11:45 PM.
So moved.
There's a second.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
We stand adjourned.
Yeah.